Ready to roll. Turn left. Get ready to turn left. Turn left. Go straight on. Go straight on. Turn right. Finally, we are here.
Morning, everyone. So I'm out there. And we're gonna praise the Lord on this Lord's Day. This week we back to the Peterbilt time, started San Diego. So um, we're gonna start with Idaho, and it's pretty easy for me to uh, make it to lunch. Uh, and so I'll do the Austin delivery. So then let's get to that.
Time to hit the road. Turn right. Go straight on.
almost I got my truck cramped today, and made it right by the blue. So I got an computer at the back, and so before I got my oxygen delivery. So for so let's continue on. Because I'm gonna take some fuel nice. So let's continue driving.
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right. Keep left. Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right. Keep left. Keep left. a new route. Go straight on. Go straight on. find a new route. Keep left. Keep right and then turn right. Turn right. Okay, let's find a new route. Go straight on. and then turn right. Turn right. straight on. Never mind. I'll find a new route. Keep right. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
ladies and gentlemen, in around 50 miles, we're on speed limit 55 on the highway. I am going to take a lunch break. As, we had two pieces, Bruins custodians, and so I'm gonna be making those one of them today. So and so I'm gonna take a break. Kind of her oxygen border. So after a oxygen check was dropped off at drop off. Well, it's warehouse, Walmart. So I'm gonna go ahead and put the extra in the oven. My oven. So so you need to go ahead and lunch now. Go ahead and clear off and so so thank you for your understanding and we'll see you next month. Thank you. Oh, I almost forgot. Make sure you guys access today. If you haven't done it yet.
Keep right, and then exit
So
right.
you guys to
Exit right.
that we talk about tomorrow. Please
Right.
make sure you
And then
do it
turn
today.
right.
So
Turn
before you
right.
go to lunch, thank you for the operation.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Get ready to turn left. Turn left. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. You have arrived at your destination. Your route guidance is now finished. Let's do this. Finding a new route. Please, make a U-turn when possible. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right. Keep left.
Welcome back, everyone. Glad you guys started the live on time. So, and we're gonna go through. We're gonna continue the right now. And I'm in Washington, but I mean, in Birmingham, Washington, and the what does the Home Depot want? So, let's continue on to we'll go to shop new. Well,
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right. Turn right. Go straight on. Get ready to turn left. Turn left. where it ends. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's find a new route. Turn left. straight on. Finding a new route. Turn left. Never mind, I'll find a new route. When possible, make a U-turn. Rerouting. Turn left. A new route. Turn left. Get ready to turn left. Turn left. turned right. Recomputing. Go straight on. right. Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right. Turn left. It's all over now. Drive safe. Never mind. I'll find a new route. Go straight on. Find a new route. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Finding a new route. Keep left. Keep left.
You know, the key to a Caesar salad really, or the dressing anyway, um, is anchovy. And we actually got a voicemail from a caller who wanted to ask you this about anchovies.
Hi. I'm wondering how I can replace the umami of anchovies in a salad. I love all those salty extras, and sometimes my guests just don't. I love capers and pepperoncini and anchovies, not all together, of course, but you get
That's
the
roast them all
gist.
together.
So I love seasoned vinegars, and I use those, and I love garlic and fresh
used that, I think that would be a nice thing that's also approachable to people, because it is Parmesan to me is approachable. It's just like one step up in terms of exciting flavor. Does that make sense? The other thing I want to say is I actually just was making a vegan Caesar dressing, and I was dubious about it because it was like, how is this going to taste like Caesar? I'm running through the ingredient list, like none of this besides the garlic. I'm not seeing how this is going to turn into something that tastes like a Caesar. And it called for a combination of tahini and Dijon mustard, which I also typically, even though I use those heavily throughout the book, I never actually use them together. And so I was very surprised with how much I got this like savoriness from this combination that was very reminiscent of a Caesar. So it was garlic, I had the lemon juice, the oil, but no cheese, no anchovies, no capers or anything like that to kind of fool you. But then had a combination of tahini and a little bit of Dijon mustard, and it gave it body, but it also gave this sort of like savoriness to the dressing.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's super interesting. I would imagine too, like you can't use anchovies because you can use the fish sauce, but maybe that doesn't actually solve the problem.
Yeah.
But maybe then like you take another step, and if you're playing like word association, well, maybe you can use soy sauce, and like soy sauce will give you the saltiness, and especially if you have like really nice soy sauce, it gives you that umami as well that the anchovies do. So that could be maybe a little bit of a replacement in certain applications. I could sort of imagine a Caesar dressing if you just leave out the anchovy and dribble in a little soy sauce. I can see that tasting good for sure.
I could see that. I mean, I could see it being good. Also, just thinking about like, I think a lot of Caesar dressings often call for Worcestershire sauce, and that's to me that's like that weird. Obviously, there's anchovies in it, but like there's a soy sauceness to Worcestershire sauce as well.
Yeah.
So
totally.
I could see soy sauce working. Yeah.
Totally. Cool. All right, and I want to get to some of the recipes that are actually in your book instead of just having us sort of improvise our way into a new salad lifestyle. And one of them that really caught my eye were the carrots with burnt saffron butter, hazelnuts, and labna. Tell us about it.
Yes, so that has to be, I mean, I love all my recipes. They're, like children, you love them all equally. However, the carrots might be one of my favorite in the book. And just because, I should say it's because I love labna so much. I do love carrots. But labna, I've had this like strange love affair of labna since my college days. So I used to work at this little Middle Eastern kind of deli in Washington, D.C. and was exposed to all of these flavors that I never, had come across in my life. And labna was one of them. And I used to just bring tubs home with me after my shifts, and that would be my cheap girl college dinner.
Labna, super thick, yogurty, cheesiness of it.
Yeah, that's just the mouthfeel, and it's amazingly rich and decadent. And so I've been so thrilled to see that it's kind of becoming a little bit easier to find, a little bit more mainstream since my college days. And also I just find carrots a true joy. I think they don't get as much respect as some other vegetables. And I just find, especially when you roast them, that they just become this vegetable that people just are always surprised by. Like if you can really make an incredible carrot dish, there's something about it. I don't know. People are like, oh wow, they're just carrots, but they're just so much more if you can really like add things to them to make them more than just carrots. And it's actually pretty easy to do. And so this recipe, it's very straightforward, but I wanted to make it luxurious. And so there's this burnt saffron butter, which is basically a brown butter that's infused with saffron. And so you start by making a brown butter with, a pinch of saffron, and it becomes this beautiful kind of amber brown butter sauce. And then what you do is you pour half of that mixture tray of carrots, and you roast the carrots in the oven at a high temperature, and you kind of let them soak in that brown butter.
Oh, cool. Okay, so you're browning the butter already, and then you pour them on the carrots. Do you worry about them burning in the oven?
I do not worry about them, and honestly,
Okay.
I'm all about the burning. Like, if there are bits and bobs that get burned, that to me, that's more flavor. But you do that because you want to kind of keep some of that brown butter sauce on the side for later.
Okay.
And so the carrots are roasting, they're getting kind of like crispy edging and soft and tender and beautiful. And then once those come out of the oven, what you'll do is you'll take a nice, beautiful platter, the prettiest one you have, and you'll dollop a bunch of labna on that platter. And so if you don't have labna, though, you can actually make labna with Greek yogurt. And so what you can do is you can strain Greek yogurt, you add a little bit of salt to it just to season it, and you strain it in a cheesecloth for kind of overnight so it gets really, really thick, which mimics labna. And so you'll spread the labna on the platter, and then you'll pile the roasted carrots on and all their juices and everything on it, and then you will drizzle the rest of the saffron brown butter all over the top, and it'll kind of like catch into the little swipes of labna and it just get really saucy and wonderful. And then to finish it off, because I'm all about the texture, I add lots of chopped toasted hazelnuts and then some fresh parsley for just some brightness. And you just bring that to the table like that. That is a main, that is a star, 100% a star. Serve it with some crusty bread or flatbread or pita, because there's so much goodness to just sort of swipe up, and it's just, it really is a way to just give respect to the humble carrot.
I love that. That sounds so good. Let's get to another one too. The white bean avocado salad with radish salsa.
Yes. So this one's fun because it's kind of two salads in one. Salsa is technically kind of a salad.
Thank you for just blowing minds.
Everything is salad. No, this one is fun because it has two elements. So you're making both the salsa and the white bean salad. And it's also really great because it's a bit no waste. So you're using the entire bunch of radishes with the tops. They're totally edible. They're totally delicious. They taste radish adjacent. They should be used. And so to make this, you'll first make the radish salsa. And what you'll do is you'll take the radishes off the big bunch, hold on to the greens, and you'll dice up the radishes, and you'll just toss them with some cilantro, scallions, a little bit of serrano pepper for heat, some lime juice, olive oil, just salt and pepper. So then you have your salsa, and then you'll get those greens again, the radish tops, tear those up and add them to a bowl with some white beans, some garlic, olive oil, toss that all together with some lime juice as well. You have the white bean salad, and then you'll fold in some diced avocado just for extra creaminess and color. So then you have a white bean avocado salad, which is really delicious, but it's missing that crunch. And so the salsa is what's going to give you the crunch. So you'll serve it by just kind of scooping that white bean salad into your individual bowls and then topping it with a big scoop or two of the radish salsa. And so with every forkful, you're kind of latching onto a little bit of the salsa, scooping up some of the white beans, and you get that crunch, the color, a little bit of acidity, the garlicness, and a little bit of everything in each bite.
Yeah, that sounds so good. Well, thank you so much, Sheila. This has been a lot of fun.
Thank you so much, Francis.
Sheila Prakash is the author of Salad Seasons, vegetable-forward dishes all year. You can find a recipe for that carrots with burnt saffron butter, hazelnuts, and labna at splendidtable.org. And that is our show for the week. Thank you for listening, and go eat something great today. Talk to you next week. The Splendid Table is supported by the new investigative podcast, She Has a Name. It explores the disappearance of Anita, a young mother from Detroit who mysteriously vanished in 1987. Hosted by Tanya is our digital
right.
producer. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Francis Lamb, and this is APM, American Public Media.
I'm Maria Hinojosa next time on Latino USA. My conversation with journalist Nicole Hannah-Jones, author of the 1619 Project, and a visit to her 1619 Freedom School in Waterloo, Iowa.
We know how to educate our kids, we just refuse to do it.
That's next time on Latino USA.
We'll have that for you later on this evening at 7 p.m. here on News 88.7. Jason Clark here with you on this Sunday afternoon. Temperatures currently sitting in the low 80s, partly cloudy skies around the area. Rest of the afternoon should be partly sunny with highs expected around 82 degrees. Tonight, it'll be mostly cloudy with lows around 68. Setting up for a cloudy start to the week. Monday's forecast calls for mostly cloudy skies and high temperatures, more like today, expected around 82 degrees. Do have a 3-car accident on 45 Gulf southbound at El Dorado Boulevard, taking up the right side of the highway, so be on the watch out for that. If this is your NPR station, KUHF Houston News 88.7, a service of the University of Houston, it is 1 o'clock.
I'm Christopher Kimball, and this is Milk Street Radio. Spearfisher Valentine Thomas was in the South Pacific when her boat got stuck in a coral reef. Everybody had to get out.
You know those super razor sharp reef that really hurt your feet when you walk on them? I was standing on one and I just cut open my leg.
As blood pooled around her, she knew there were hundreds of sharks in the water.
I remember holding my phone with the light to try to see if I could see anything move around me.
Finally, she made it to an island.
It was cold that night too, so all my clothes are soaking wet. So I stripped down butt naked, started a fire, and tried to look around me because the island was infested with the type of snake that can kill you.
Valentine Thomas on the joys and dangers of spearfishing and freediving. That's coming up next on Milk Street Radio from PRX after the news.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Nora Rahm. The U.S. is hailing the defense of last night's unprecedented Iranian-led attack on Israel as an unprecedented success. The U.S. led an international coalition, including the UK, France, and Jordan, to help Israel shoot down Iranian drones and missiles. NPR's Amy Held reports, while the White House affirms its ironclad commitment to Israel, it also wants to avoid an escalation with Iran.
A day after the overnight attacks, there appears to be a bit of a holding pattern. Iran says any U.S. or Israeli threat against it will be met by a stronger response. A U.S. defense official tells NPR that President Biden told Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu that while the U.S. would defend Israel, it will not engage in any offensive operations against Iran. And he urged the prime minister to proceed with caution. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby also spoke to NPR.
We're not looking for a war with Iran.
The U.S. helped Israel intercept not only drones.
U.S. Navy destroyers did, in fact, contribute to shooting down some Iranian ballistic missiles.
He adds just a handful of the several hundred drones and missiles were able to get through. Amy Held, NPR News.
The leaders of the G7, the largest industrial nations, met virtually today and said they'll work to stabilize the situation in the region and avoid further escalation. Leaders across Europe have sharply condemned Iran's missile attacks. Rebecca Rosman has more from Paris.
In a statement posted on X, French President Emmanuel Macron said he condemned the Iranian missile attacks against Israel, quote, in the strongest terms, and said France was working on a de-escalation plan with its allies. Israel says Iran fired more than 300 projectiles at Israel late Saturday evening, 99% of which were intercepted. Leaders in Germany, Italy, and the United Kingdom also made statements condemning the Iranian attacks. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak confirmed that the UK had helped defend Israel, with British forces shooting down a number of Iranian attack drones. For NPR News, I'm Rebecca Rossman in Paris.
The House of Representatives is adjusting its schedule this week to consider how it can pass legislation to help Israel. NPR's Barbara Sprunt has more.
House Majority Leader Steve Scalise said that in light of the attack, the House will change its schedule for the week ahead in order to consider legislation that supports Israel and holds Iran and its proxies accountable. It's not yet clear what type of bill the House may take up to aid Israel. The Senate has already passed a $95 billion measure that dedicated aid for Israel and Ukraine. That package has not been taken up by the House, where blocks of Republican members object to additional funding for Ukraine.
NPR's Barbara Sprunt. Ukraine is running out of ammunition as it battles Russian forces more than 2 years after the full-scale invasion began. This is NPR News.
You're listening to News 88.7. I'm Camille Nelson, your member relations specialist. This is the only weekend of our spring fundraising campaign. If you've already given during our fundraiser, thank you so much. If not, now is the time to do so. A special group of our Studio Society members are matching all gifts made this weekend only. Take 3 minutes to make double the difference and fund your favorite programming. Call or text 888-909-0887 or give online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate. And when you select your gift, we have tickets for The Moth available where you can hear Houstonians tell their stories on a monthly open mic. With me today is Member Relations Specialist Christoph Ratliff.
Hello there. This match only works when you take action. You want nuanced, rational, and intelligent programming, and occasionally really, really funny. This is a place where we all value the opportunity to learn something. Share with your community by donating now. Call or text 888-909-0887 or go online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate.
Thank you again to our members for your generosity and for matching every gift coming in this weekend, dollar for dollar. They're doubling your impact and making twice the difference. You give $100, they match it with $100. And the best part is, it works with donations in any amount. Consider $100 or $10 a month. It takes a few minutes to have your gift matched. Call or text 888-909-0887 or donate online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate.
888-909-0887 or go online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate.
Thank you.
This is Mill Street Radio from PRX, and I'm your host, Christopher Kimball. Today we're joined by spearfisher Valentine Thomas. She can dive in the ocean without a tank and hold her breath for 6 minutes at a time. But freediving wasn't always her passion.
I remember so vividly sitting at the back of the boat wondering, what am I doing here? Like, why did I say yes to this? This is insane. I could be in my house right now doing something that's very, very safe, but no, I'm here.
Adventure stories from the world of freediving, plus Valentine's favorite ways to eat fish.
Fish heads are the best. They're better than fillets. I stand by that.
My conversation with Valentine Thomas is coming up later in the show. But first, Roger Horowitz is here to share the history of kosher food in America. He's the author of Kosher USA, How Coke Became Kosher, and Other Tales of Modern Food. Roger, welcome to Milk Street.
Great to be here. Thanks for inviting me.
So you write that Jewish kosher laws are core. They're essential to what it means to be Jewish. So a lot of them are obvious, like don't eat pork or shellfish. But you write that some kosher laws are less clear. They're still being debated today. So maybe you could talk about sturgeon, right? Because fish, to be kosher, have to have scales. And the question is, do sturgeon really have scales or not? So maybe you could explain what the argument's about.
Right. Well, the sturgeon example is one that comes out of my family's experience. And I relate in Kosher USA this huge argument which erupts between my conservative side of my family and the Orthodox over whether sturgeon is kosher. And that goes back to a clause in Leviticus where fishes are acceptable if they have fins and scales. Which sounds very simple, but what counts as a fin, and especially what counts as a scale? What made this more complex is that sturgeons weren't in the Middle East. There is no commentary about the sturgeons in the Talmud. Again, this is the 6th century. It only happens when Jews move north into areas that abut Russia. And sturgeon, they're a really big fish. They can be 100, 200, 300 pounds. So they are an important source of protein for a poor population, which is largely farming. So of course you want to be able to eat this fish. But what counts as having scales? The problem was the scales aren't removable on sturgeon. They're stuck into the skin. And so, is it a scale? Or is it a breastplate? Or is it something else? And the rabbis who try to figure this out have to parse scarce phrases over the centuries, over what rabbis have decided and what they haven't decided. And it continues up to the present day. And today, the Orthodox and the kosher community in general does not consider sturgeon kosher. But there are plenty of conservative Jews who would be happy to have sturgeon on their dinner table for Passover, just as my mother's father did, which generated a huge fight between him and the Orthodox side of my father.
I think I should have been more Jewish, because I just love there's something about this that just is so appealing to me. You know, after thousands of years having arguments about sturgeon.
There's something. One of the things I argue in my book is that it's the argument about kosher food which is so important.
Well, that's exactly what I was about to say.
Yeah.
What I find in some way charming is it is the discussion and the argument that is appealing here. I mean, forgetting about whether sturgeon's kosher or not, it's the fact that it's worthy of discussion and argument that I think is really fascinating.
It also consolidates the notion of kosher as a discussion, as a debate. So kosher then is this dynamic, living set of laws in which you can have minority and majority opinions. You can have competing practices between Jews in different areas. In the Ashkenazi world, you could have differences between one town and the next when it came to what is kosher. Sometimes you might have real bitter disagreements, but diversity of opinions was actually there within a core set of beliefs and acceptances of the Torah.
We're going to be in New Mexico.
So, okay, let's go.
We're going to listen to
there was a huge
right now.
issue about whether Oreos were kosher or not.
Enjoy the
being used in an ice cream. Was that kosher? So you want to tell that story?
Right.
Sure. Well, Oreos are an example of the challenges of kosher food in the modern era.
So,
Oreos
watching
are all over the
Street.
place.
Let's make this speak at this time. Thank you.
They're made with lard. And lard comes from pigs, and that's pretty obviously not acceptable for Jews. And so for the Oreo to be kosher, everything in that cookie has to be kosher. Every food color, every preservative, everything has to be kosher. And of course, Nabisco, that's a big deal because they just make it and they want it cheap and they want it good and they have their way of making it there. Even more, Oreos has to be made on equipment which does not touch non-kosher products. So why would Nabisco bother to go through the expense of making Oreos kosher? Well, the big factor for Nabisco was cookie and cream ice cream. A lot of large institutions were creating cookie and cream ice cream for popular use. Big manufacturers, so you can have it at your summer camps. You can have it in restaurants and all that. And these places that were making cookie and cream ice cream wanted to make it kosher, so they could be sold everywhere. So what they started to do, they started to use generic Oreos. Not the real Oreos, but things that were equivalent. Because if it's an ice cream, you're not going to taste the difference. So Oreo gets worried about this market. They start getting pressure by large manufacturers of cookie and cream ice cream to make Oreos kosher. That's where it comes from. Not because Jewish consumers were clamoring or demonstrating, we want our kosher Oreos. They wanted to make cookies and cream ice cream, which everybody could eat. So that's what got them to approach the Orthodox Union. And basically they figured it out. I mean, that's the bottom line. It ended up being the new ingredients weren't expensive at all. That wasn't the issue. The issue was having to replace the belts on which it made. But my point here is this is how kosher products expand, because they're part of a food system in which you want to have things available for everyone, especially the big purveyors. They don't want one variety for Jews and one variety not for Jews. They want one variety overall.
But given the thousands of products, or hundreds of thousands of products that were created with the rise of packaged foods, processed foods, do each of these items have to be approved by a rabbi? You have to investigate the manufacturing formula for everything to make sure that it's kosher?
Yes, every single product And that means the rabbis go into the factories and they get information about what's in the product. They also have the right to go to the factories whenever they want, unannounced visits.
But I think some people, like me, had this image of there was always a rabbi at the plant to bless a food as being kosher. So once a food like Coke is accepted, then that's it? I mean, a rabbi might go once a year to check out a factory? How does that work?
Usually it's annual, but it can be random. And if there's a way of having off-site certification, they'll do that. And this is what's happened today, is that a lot of plants have methods of record keeping that are computerized. But still, there are rabbis that I talk to that they have the regular routes. They travel around and they go to places like that. Of course, you have a lot of products that have ingredients in it that come from other places, like China. And rabbis would go to China and certify that these products are, there's a lot of activity. India, all over the world. This is an international operation because if you have, say, some chemical which imparts a sweet flavor in products that is imported from China and then mixed into the products manufactured here, you've got to certify that ingredient.
So does kosher today have an appeal beyond its core constituency because it says something about the quality of the product?
Kosher is very popular these days. What these companies learned in the 1980s is other people are looking for kosher signifiers. Sometimes it is about just quality. That the idea that you've got these rabbis, these religious people, looking at the food and judging whether the food is acceptable seems comforting. That's part of it. But much of it is much more specific. Let's go to the separation of milk and meat for a second. For a product to be certified non-dairy is a big deal. So if you're lactose intolerant and you really want to make sure that you're not having any lactose in there, you look for the kosher mark. Because kosher marks will tell you if it's dairy. If you want something fun, look at a container of non-dairy creamer. And you'll see on it a U for Orthodox Union and a D, which says dairy. The rules are so strict that non-dairy creamer is considered milk product because of some milk elements in there. So if you really want to be safe as a lactose intolerant person, you look for the kosher label because you know that the rabbis are not going to mix milk and meat. They're not going to play any games. And they're right. They can trust them.
Roger, thank you. You've taken an enormously complicated topic, and I think I kind of understand it. Thank you so much.
I've thoroughly enjoyed the conversation. Thanks for having me.
That was historian Roger Horowitz, author of Kosher USA. Now I'm joined by my co-host Sarah Moulton to answer a few of your cooking questions. Sarah is, of course, the star of Sarah's Weeknight Meals on public television. Her latest book is Home Cooking 101.
Chris, I have a question for you before we take a call. You know how the New Yorker interviews authors, and one of the questions they like to ask is, what is your favorite time, place to read a book? So I'm going to ask you, what's your favorite time, place, set up to cook a meal?
I don't care where I am. It doesn't matter to me. I think what matters is you're cooking something you haven't cooked before, and you have plenty of time.
Okay. And you don't have a little glass of wine or something?
Of course you do.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well,
kidding me?
I wanted the beverage too. Please.
Well, unless it was in the morning.
No.
The thing about really enjoying cooking is it should be an adventure, and you have no other distractions. It's sort of like first time you go scuba diving or something, right? You're just totally immersed in the experience. It's an immersive experience. So the rest of the world disappears, and you're just in this little room. And that space is a fun place to be, especially with a glass of wine. But you don't even need the wine. You could just drink water. But I mean, it's like Aristotle, here we go, getting really philosophical. Aristotle and Kennedy reprised this as president. He was asked if he was happy being president. And he said, experience and education in pursuit of excellence is the definition of happiness. And I think that's true in the kitchen, right? It's perfect.
Well, what if your dish doesn't come out well, though?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
I'm not charging my family for the food.
And they'll still like you. We do know that.
Well, that's a whole other issue, but whatever. Anyway, let's take call.
All right.
Welcome to Milk Street. Who's calling?
Hi, my name's Dan. I'm calling you from actually the UK, although I'm based in Holland normally.
Great. How can we help you?
Well, I've got a question
that's what happens when you freeze fish and you thaw it out.
Sure.
Two things you could try. I mean, can you buy frozen fish or it's all thawed?
I'm a bit of a foodie and a home cook. Frozen, I've obviously shied away from because I just thought that was inferior quality and I'd really be in problems with, once I started to thaw it, I assumed that would have more water content. Maybe mistakenly, I'm not sure.
Well, you could do one other thing, which sounds counterproductive. You could brine it for 15 minutes, that's all. Drain it out and pat it dry. The brining, as you know, will help mussels retain moisture during cooking, and that's why brining a turkey works here. So you could try that with fish, just 15 minutes, and that salt will help hold on to the moisture.
Would you use sea salt in that brine, or would you just use normal salt?
I'd use 4 or 5 tablespoons of kosher salt in 2 quarts of water, dissolve it, and then brine it for 15 minutes. The other thing some people have suggested is if you have frozen fish, you can roast it, even make a bread from it.
Yeah.
You can direct roast it when it's frozen. I've never tried that by myself, but I've heard about doing that. So that would be another thing to try. Sarah?
I agree about the brining, although, I think you could just do a dry brine, meaning just salt it and then leave it in the fridge, for half an hour or so, and then pat it dry.
Okay.
So when you do fish and chips, you make a batter. Is that correct?
Yeah. I tried traditional English beer batter.
Right.
Because I'm a Brit originally, or tempura.
Right. Well, the other thing is, for any batter that I use, a liquid batter, and I love beer batter. I agree with you. I think it's great. I first put some glue on whatever item I'm putting into the batter, and the glue is usually just flour. So I would never take the fish naked and put it into the liquid beer batter. I would dip it first in flour and then put it in the batter. Yeah. And the flour will adhere the batter to the fish. So that might be a second thing you should try as well. The fish might even separate if it wasn't so wet, because you do need a kind of glue. That's what I would do.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the answer to everything in the kitchen. Glue.
Yeah.
Salt and glue.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, Dan.
Really
Thank you.
I'm going to give it a plug.
All right.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye. Welcome to Milk Street. Who's calling?
This is Debbie Hoskins.
Where are you calling from?
I'm in the Nashville, Tennessee area.
How can we help you today?
I had a question regarding substitutions for a couple of spices, in particular saffron and turmeric. Sometimes they're not always readily available to me, and I'd like to know what I could substitute for them.
Well, the sad thing about turmeric is that sometimes that is a substitute color-wise for saffron. But saffron is very unique. It's actually the stigma of a crocus flower. It's hand-harvested, and it's the most expensive spice. But it does have a very unique flavor, so you can't really substitute the flavor. If you want to try to do something about the color, you could use paprika or annatto, although I imagine that annatto would be hard for you to find too. Annatto is a seed that is naturally reddish. It's what's used to color cheddar cheese. But then another one that you could substitute is turmeric. All of those will give the color of the saffron, but not the flavor. Chris, do you have any thoughts here?
Well, there's lots of great spice companies online. Spices can be a year and a half old by the time you see them on a shelf. They go through 5, 10, 12 hands. So you want to get a single source spice, and there are plenty of places online that do that. I would highly recommend you buy your spices from one of those folks. And look, I would get the good stuff, because the good stuff is so much better.
Makes such a difference.
Yeah, it'll just completely change your cooking. There's a company, Rumi, R-U-M-I, I believe. It's out of Afghanistan. It's a collective. It's women. They harvest it and sell the saffron. There are places like that that are really high quality.
Also doing good by buying.
Yeah, and they're also, doing a good thing by giving people jobs. So, I would recommend it.
Yeah.
Okay, that'll be an interesting source to research.
You'll find your cooking is so much better because you actually,
have the right ingredients.
You have strong flavors.
Yeah.
So, anyway, give that a shot.
Okay, thank you for your advice.
Sure.
I enjoy your show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
This is Milk Street Radio. Sarah and I are here to try to solve your culinary mysteries. Please give us a ring anytime, 855-426-9843. One more time, 855-426-9843, or simply email us at questions@milkstreetradio.com.
Welcome to Milk Street. Who's calling?
This is J. Robert Joseph in Greenville, South Carolina.
Hello. How can we help you today?
I had a question about croissants. I've been doing croissant baking for at least a few years, and I've tried multiple recipes. Every single one of them says to use unsalted butter. I've used salted butter, and what I felt was got a better result from that. Is there a reason why recipes, particularly with pastries, call for unsalted butter?
Well, the logic is that unsalted butter is fresher. Chris is going to disagree with me at every level here, but I'm just going to give it a shot. Is fresher. The salt is added to preserve butter, and also for flavor, of course. But you can't detect how fresh butter is when salt is added the same way at all. So really the suggestion being that if you work with unsalted butter, then you can control the salt better in the recipe and the butter itself. You should be able to determine if it's fresher. But I would argue if you've made croissant dough with salted butter and you like it better, it's probably just because it's pointed up more and you like the taste. You know, who cares what other people do? You do you. Okay, Chris.
Well, this drives me nuts. There is no reason. I totally agree with you. First of all, let's start there. There is absolutely no reason in the world to buy or use unsalted butter, because unsalted butter on toast is horrendous. Unsalted butter in baking is not as good as salted butter. And by the way, a stick of butter has about a quarter teaspoon of salt in it. It's not actually quite a lot. Sarah may be right that at one time, being unsalted was a sign that it might be fresher because it wouldn't last as long. But for all of our recipes, including in baking at Milk Street, we call for salted butter. We never call for unsalted anymore. Even if you added extra salt to a recipe, like a dough, I don't think it's the same. I think having salted butter gives you a foundation of flavor that you don't get with unsalted butter. So I'm with you, absolutely.
Okay.
If you have spent your life, not that I'm getting on a soapbox, if you have a toasted English muffin in the morning and you put unsalted butter on it, and someone comes up the next day and puts salted butter on it, it's like the door opens.
No, here's what I would do.
It's absolutely fabulous. I know you're going to sprinkle a little salt on it.
Yeah, a little sea salt on top. And that's just a much nicer taste and much purer.
Anyway.
I always thought it was better with the croissants that I make. So.
I like the higher fat butters. They really do make a difference. That's what I use. Yeah, there it goes. See?
Yeah, so you do you.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
By the way, I'd just like to point out to our listeners that sometimes Sarah sticks her tongue out at me.
That was one of those moments, yeah.
Just like to point that out. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're listening to Milk Street Radio. After the break, Valentine Thomas shares her best stories from freediving, plus her favorite recipes for fish. That's up in just a moment. Hey, this is Chris Kimball, and I need your help. We're working on a story about the battles we all have in our home kitchens. Maybe you're tired of your partner telling you how to cook, or maybe they always leave a mess, or maybe you're frustrated by your loved one's highly restrictive diet. We want to hear about your kitchen dramas, from the biggest food fights to your everyday grievances. You can leave us a voicemail at 617-249-3167, 617-249-3167, or send a voice memo to radiotips@177milkstreet.com. One more time, call us at 617-249-3167, or email us a voice memo at radiotips@177milkstreet.com. Please include your name and where you're calling from, and thank you.
I'm Eddie Robinson, and on this week's ICU, internationally renowned artist Samora Penderhughes. He's expressing himself through music, fighting against mass incarceration and violence.
The Healing Project is actually an organization where we co-create artistic works of all kinds with people around the country who have suffered from structural violence in the carceral system.
We explore the Healing Project on the next ICU.
Catch that this evening at 6 p.m. on News 88.7.
At All Things Considered, what unites all our conversations is curiosity.
Is he a good hugger?
Whether we're were speaking to an aid worker.
What would you want them to know or understand about what you all are dealing with?
A scientist.
But what's in it for the dolphins?
Or a foreign leader.
If I may, I will ask the questions. I will ask the questions.
Questions and answers every day on All Things Considered from NPR News.
All Things Considered, weekdays beginning at 3 p.m. on News 88.7.
This is Mill Street Radio. I'm your host, Christopher Kimball. My next guest, Valentine Thomas, goes spearfishing, although she calls it ocean hunting. She dives without a tank up to 170 feet deep and holds her breath for minutes at a time. Her book, Good Catch, is a collection of her stories and also her recipes. Valentine, welcome to Mill Street.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you so much for having me.
So, let me just quote from your book, Good Catch. I'm floating in the ocean miles away from the shore. All I can see is blue in every direction. And at this moment, I am completely at peace with myself and with nature. But my daydream is short-lived as I suddenly realize that I'm not alone. A 10-foot tiger shark is gliding toward me. So, is that something that's always in the back of your mind? Is it another predator fish of some kind of shark?
It's very location-based. I do most of my fishing on the Gulf of Mexico or in Florida, and I would say that pretty much every time I go out, we see sharks. We kind of, I wouldn't say competing for food because I would lose every time if we actually had a fight, but they know. They kind of like dogs too, so they've been trained to, if they hear the elastic band of a spear gun going off, normally they know what's happening also. I have a fish in my hand that can be bleeding, that can be moving, so they come and they know that there's a free meal around, and they're going to try to take the fish.
So once you catch a fish or you spear a fish, do you try to get out of the water as fast as you can? What do you do?
When you fish in a location that's very, very sharky, like the Bahamas, by example, so what you want to try to do is you want to put the fish out of the water. And if you are in the water, you always have to look around and behind you. So sharks don't like when they're being really looked at, especially when they're being swum at. So it's when you have a fish, you just hug the fish very close towards you because funny enough, they kind of, if you hold the fish against you, they're not really going to go for it. But if you extend your arm, by example, then they might go for it. So hug the fish really close, look 360 around you and make sure there's nothing around, and then get yourself and the fish out of the water, and then jump back in and try to get another one.
So talk to me before we get to the food and the cooking. What are a couple of your most dangerous or worst experiences? There was, I think, in New Caledonia when the boat was up on a reef and you got off and you ended up hurting yourself.
Yes, it was funny. It was one of the most beautiful nights of my life too. I've never seen a sunset that was that breathtaking. And we were fishing all day and we were camping in an island and it has a small little atoll around it. And we missed the pass, so we went straight into the reef. The boat was stuck, and then because the tide was low, then we couldn't go anywhere. And my friend was freaking out about his boat. He didn't want his boat to get scratched, so he said, "Everybody get off the boat." So I get off the boat, and then the reef was, those super like razor sharp reef that really hurt your feet when you walk on them. So I was standing on one and it collapsed, and I just cut open my leg, and I was just bleeding. And because we went to that island in the morning, set up the tent and everything, then I saw that it was like hundreds of sharks around, because this was a very well-known spot where sharks are breeding, so there's a lot of them around. And because the guy who owned the boat didn't want anybody in the boat to scratch the boat, even though with the situation, we're not friends anymore.
I was going to say, you really you've got a human relationship problem.
Apparently.
Anyway, so what did you do?
So they told me to walk to the island. I was about probably waist deep for maybe a few hundred yards, and then after that I was probably neck deep for maybe another 200 yards, and there was sand. I just remember holding my phone with the light to try to see if I could see anything move around me, and I just could see shadows but nothing. And then finally I made it to the island with nothing biting me, and it was cold that night too, so all my clothes are soaking wet. So I stripped down butt naked, started a fire, and tried to look around me because the island was infested with the type of snake that can kill you.
The story's not over yet. It gets worse.
The story's not even over yet.
So you're cold, naked, bleeding, and you have poisonous poisonous snakes all over.
Exactly. No need to say I reached for the bowl of rum pretty quickly after that.
I just love the guy who says, "Get out of my boat because I don't want it to be scratched," and you're bleeding to death. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, but you know, one of the rules of fishing is pick your dive buddy really well, so lesson learned.
I guess you learned. Okay, so let's turn to cooking. You say it turns out that pickling transforms fish eyes into little salty caper-like sprinkles. So tell me about fish eye sprinkles.
I never liked fish eyes. The texture freaked me out, and I just was trying to find a way to make fish eye taste okay. And as a French person, you know, vinegary pickle was something that I ate by the gallon as a kid. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to try to pickle the fish eyes and see if it tastes better. And it would.
So a wet log to steam fish. How exactly do you do that?
So you're going to soak a log that's ideally flat on one side in the water for a couple of hours. And then you make a fire, and when it's really, really hot, you kind of make a bed and you put the log on top of it. And then with the wetness of the log, it's going to start steaming. And then it's going to steam your fish. And if you have it like maple wood or cherry wood, then it's going to give the fish the smoky flavor, and it's fantastic. And you don't need a pan.
Another thing you mentioned was a fish roast. So you said for a large fish fillet, you actually cook it very much like you would a pork roast, right? You saute it and then roast it in a slow oven.
So I tried to, the first time I did it with a fish called an amberjack. So let's say the minimum legal size in the Gulf of Mexico is 4 feet long. So you get a lot of big chunks of it. And I just remember looking at it and being like, this is like a roast. This is really cool. And having lived in the UK for many years, Sunday roast is a big thing. And one Sunday I just decided, you know what, I'm going to make a fish roast today. And it turned out really good, and I was really surprised that it did, because I thought it for sure would be overcooked. But really low temperature and using a meat thermometer, which something that I started doing, and it's life-changing when you're cooking fish, whole fish. And it was actually really beautiful.
You sing the praises of fish heads. I think you even say something like, the head's the best part. You used to throw them out, and now you're a convert. So, fish head nachos?
Fish heads are the best. They're better than fillets. I stand by that.
So why are they? Is it because they're unctuous and they have more flavor and fat?
Yes, it's all of the above. It's because there's so much collagen in the head. Like, you can pick the flesh with your finger, and it's gonna be that fatty melt in your mouth type of. It's just it's flavor, texture. It's the perfect fish bite. It's in the head.
Raspberry gummy bears. You got to tell that story, because that's a recipe no one's gonna.
It's actually it's a guy that I met in New Orleans. He has a restaurant called GW Fins, and he kind of likes to use the entire parts of the fish. So of course, you know, we've seen before frying up the scales and make the topping on top of a sushi or sashimi, and it's super good for you. And then he said, well, do you know that there's a lot of collagen and you can make a natural gelatin? So I thought, okay, what can I do with gelatin that could be interesting and fun to do? I hesitated between the panna cotta and the gummy bears, but I went for the gummy bears.
And it doesn't have any flavor, the gelatin. You know, you'd think that it would have a meaty taste if it was a calf's head or it was a scale, it would be fishy, but it's not. It's very neutral, right?
Yeah, no, because you wash the scales with vinegar first, and you make sure they're really nice and clean, and it's healthy, tasteless, odorless, and it's great to use.
You also talked about a classic southwestern dish, éclat de moule, and they cook the mussels with burning pine needles. That just sounded really, really good to me.
It's super fun. I mean, éclat de moule is my childhood type of fun dish that we used to do. And it's so easy because you just have the mussels kind of underground, and translate into spearfishing because my first time being dropped 30 miles away from shore and 300 feet of water, I was not feeling too hot.
So you were anxious as a kid. You had panic attacks. And then the next thing you say is you're dropped 30 miles offshore and 300 feet of water without a scuba tank and just fins and a mask and a snorkel and a gun. How did you get from one to the next? How did you make the decision that you wanted to be dropped 30 miles offshore?
I was living in London and I made friends who were very much into spearfishing. So actually I have a very weird combination of FOMO and severe anxiety. Not a great combination. So even though something scares me to death, I'm still gonna want to try to do it anyways. I remember so vividly just sitting at the back of the boat, just wondering, what am I doing here? Like, why did I say yes to this? This is insane. I could be in my house right now doing something that's very, very safe, but no, I'm here. And it took me a little while. It was kind of choppy outside. It was raining. And then at some point I just decided, okay, you're here, just do it. Just stay in the water for 5 minutes and then come back on the boat and then you can say you did it. And I jumped out in the water and then I kind of realized that the water was really beautiful. There was a lot of fish around. It was a pretty sight.
Where was this? Where were you diving?
It was in Ascension Island. So it's a military island between Brazil and the coast of Africa.
So you went, wait a minute. Wait, this story gets better and better. So you travel like thousands of miles. This is a big trip.
It was a huge trip, and it was my first time. And my friends were telling me, "You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine." And it was pretty much. Let's say if I was learning to base jump, and they took me out of the highest mountain you can do. That was pretty much like that.
So how long did you actually stay in the water?
I'd stayed for maybe a good 20 minutes, and I shot my first fish. Once I had a fish on my line, then I didn't think about, I'm going to die doing this. I was like, oh, this is so much fun. I have a fish, and this is cool, and I'm going to see how it goes. And that was the fun part of it.
So how long did it take you to get to the point where you could get down to 150 feet and hold your breath for 5 or 6 minutes? Took a few years to get to that point?
It's once you get the mental confidence to keep going, then everything gets easier. So when you hold your breath, you're not exhaling. So you have an accumulation of CO2 inside of your body, and that sends a signal to your brain that says, uh-oh, you need to breathe, you need to breathe. So the hardest part of freediving is to be able to understand your own body and tell your brain, can you please shut up and leave me alone? I'm fine. So once you master that, then you can learn how to control your breathing and know your capacity, then that's when you can push yourself.
So what was now that we talked about sharks and all this other stuff, what was your best day diving?
My best day? I think it was, funny enough, it was the same trip in Ascension Island, and it was actually that day. I think it was my second day or third day diving ever, and whale shark just appears. Of course, I'm hiding behind my friend because I'm like, what is that dinosaur coming? Like, what is this? Is this a great white? Are we dying? And he's like, no, it's a whale shark. This is amazing. And then by the time the whale came around and circled us and just followed us all day, it was one of the best experiences of my life. I finally could see the beautiful things that the ocean had to offer.
Keep right and then exit right.
Valentine, thank you. I guess you know how to confront your fears. It's been a real pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you.
Exit right.
That was Valentine Thomas, author of Good Catch, a guide to sustainable fish and seafood with recipes from the world's oceans. Many years ago, as a passionate scuba diver, I went on dives from Bermuda to Tobago. I've run out of air at 60 feet down. I've been trapped in a small cave around the wreck of the USS Constitution, and I was once shadowed by a hungry 6-foot-long barracuda eyeing my freshly speared snapper. Valentine Thomas has had even worse experiences, and yet today she takes it all in stride. Which makes me ask a pretty simple question. Was Franklin Roosevelt right when he said, "We have nothing to fear but fear itself"? I'm Christopher Kimball, and this is Milk Street Radio. I'm joined now by J.M. Hirsch to talk about this week's recipe, pasta with spicy tomato and pancetta sauce. J.M., how are you?
I'm great.
You've been back to Italy, to Naples, a wonderful place, and you found a tomato sauce that you'd never had before, which seems almost impossible.
You know, you think every time you go, what more is there to learn, right? We think we know Italian food. We don't know anything. I was in Naples, and I just happened to wander into this butcher shop. And sitting in the front case was this massive vat of what I can only describe as a really dark red tomato paste with chunks of meat in it. I didn't know, is this a sauce? Is this something you spread on crostini? I had no idea. And the butcher explained to me that it's zuppa forte and that it translates literally as strong soup. And thus began my mission in Naples to figure out what zuppa forte is, how it's made, and what you do with it. I spent a week going from one butcher shop and one restaurant to the next. Now, first thing is, it's not on any restaurant menu. It's only sold in butcher shops in these big vats. I was slowly able to piece together that basically it's a cooked down tomato concentrate with the odds and ends of meat that back in the day the farm workers would scavenge and throw into the pot and let simmer away while they worked in the fields. At the end of the day, they had this concentrate, which I eventually learned was diluted with pasta cooking water, of course, as all good sauces begin, and tossed with freshly cooked pasta and turned into this lovely, wonderful pasta sauce. Eventually, I found, as far as I can tell, the one restaurant that actually has it on the menu, La Cantinetta. And this 85-year-old woman, Maria Notaro, offered to prepare it for me. And she whipped it up with her own, of course, freshly made pasta. And it was the richest, most intensely flavored tomato sauce that I have ever tasted. I interrogated Maria's son Luigi, who eventually revealed to me that there was a secret ingredient involved. It's called salsa pepperoni. And thus began the second wave of this journey, where I had to go from one shop to the next trying to search for salsa pepperoni. I eventually learned that salsa pepperoni is only sold at shops that sell dried cod. Now, I have no idea why that's the case. Nobody could explain that part to me, and that part I just decided to give up on. But salsa pepperoni turns out to be fermented Calabrian chili paste. Now, chilies are a big thing in Calabrian cuisine, so that part didn't surprise me. But when I eventually tasted this stuff, it was intense, spicy but balanced, really rich, and it had the same just depth of flavor that we associate with Korean gochujang, which is also a fermented chili paste, of course, and even Japanese miso. It had that kind of sweet, savory push and pull, and that turned out to be the secret ingredient that everybody uses.
The fermentation's interesting. I didn't know, not that I know that much about Italian cooking, but fermented chili paste is a new one on me.
It was new to me as well. I had never, in all my wanderings across Italy, I had never encountered a fermented chili paste used in anything, and apparently in Calabria it's actually quite common. But it's kind of an old school ingredient, and in fact, zuppa forte is a very old school dish. That's why you don't see it on menus anymore. It's really something, everybody I talked to said, this is something my great-grandmother ate. And it really hasn't made a comeback, but I think the grandmothers still go into the butcher shops and buy it, because that's the only place you can find it.
Okay, so now you have a recipe that we've never heard of,
right,
made with fermented chili paste you can only buy at dried cod stores.
Yep.
You cook it all day with bits and pieces of sort of the worst cuts of meat that the landowner or whomever didn't want to eat. How do you translate this into a Tuesday night supper here?
Well, actually, it was easier than it sounds, truthfully. We started with tomato paste, which, as you know, if you brown tomato paste, boy, do you extract a lot of richness from that and a lot of sweetness. And so we started with that, and we added tomato that you cook down as well. And to make the meat easier, but to retain the kind of the richness that is characteristic for zuppa forte, we went with pancetta. And, of course, garlic and rosemary and kind of the usual suspects. But the Calabrian chili
Stephen Span, Dean of the Tillman J. Fertitta Family College of Medicine.
And I am Dr. Mohammed Zemda, a pediatrician at UH Health Family Care Center. As we get into the spring, this means more outdoor activities for children. One activity that children enjoy is riding their bikes. Unfortunately, every year many children are injured due to bike accidents that can be prevented. It's important to wear a helmet, and the helmet should fit securely on the child's head. Wearing a helmet reduces life-altering head injuries. Children should have an age-appropriate bike. They should place both hands on the handlebars and place their feet on the ground. When it comes to bike safety, preparation is key, so let us pedal forward with confidence that our children are safe.
This has been Health Matters from the Tillman J. Fertitta Family College of Medicine. For more episodes, visit HoustonPublicMedia.org/Health Matters.
I'm Christopher Kimball. You're listening to Milk Street Radio. Now it's time to check in with Alex on News. Alex, how are you?
I'm good, Chris. How are you?
I would guess that you've been pretty busy in your secret food lab.
I have been very busy. I've been working on ramen a lot recently. So today I want to share with you 3 pro tips about making ramen at home that I learned the hard way. And they are about fat, about noodles, and about umami.
Keep left.
Now, the first thing that took me years to understand was that in ramen, fat is way more important than it seems. There are at least 3 reasons for this. Fat plays different roles in ramen. The first one being it's adding lots of richness to ramen, unctuousness, some pleasure, basically. In French, we say le gras c'est la vie, so fat is life.
Oh, the clever French. and their expressions.
Exactly.
I actually like that one a lot.
That's a solid one. The second role of fat in ramen is that fat is a conveyor belt when it comes to flavors. With every bite, you get a bit of all the flavors that are contained in the dish. So that's the second role of fat. And the last role of fat, which is crucial when it comes to ramen, even more important than the first 2, is that without fat, the broth in ramen cannot stick to noodles. So it means that if you don't have enough fat in your bowl of ramen, you're going to be slurping naked noodles, which is the worst. So fat is life. Fat is important to ramen. That's the first takeaway that took me years to understand. Second, it's not worth making noodles yourself at home.
Oh, I thought this was going to be right up your alley, Alex.
Let me tell you what I did. A few years back, I started making ramen noodles myself by hand. Or more clearly using my feet, because the dough is so stiff that it requires tons and tons of pressure, and they turn out not so good, to be honest. Then I moved on to using a classic pasta maker to make my ramen noodles. The problem is that the dough is still too stiff, so it just keeps breaking all my pasta makers. So I did what I usually do. I stepped up a notch, and then I designed a custom-made pasta maker from aluminium.
Of course you did, Alex.
I did.
What else was there left to do?
I hired an engineer to help me out on this one. And yet, I was barely able to make noodles that match with the quality that I can get in premium ramen restaurants. It relies so much on power, on pressure, on machinery, that it's almost impossible to reach at home.
Can I just comment?
Yeah.
You've actually started to be practical a little bit. You're just going to go out and buy the noodles.
Yeah.
Okay, good for you.
Yeah, it is very much that. So the last pro tip that I got after years and years of research on ramen is that umami is real. And it's possible to quantify
Keep
it.
right.
And it's possible to really understand it and master it. Now, I've learned about this
Exit right.
mostly during a call I did with like a PhD researcher at the Umami Center in Japan. This Umami Center, they have a database with any food you could think of, and its content in glutamate, which is the substance mostly responsible for the umami sensation. So I started, using umami in a more scientific way almost, or in a more educated way, using ingredients based on their concentration in umami.
So is this like Parmesan cheese, tomato paste, mushrooms?
Exactly. For the West, it's definitely Parmesan cheese and tomato. And for Japan, it would be kombu seaweed, which is super strong. And then obviously you've got other seaweeds in general who are very strong in umami. Now during this chat with the researcher, she also mentioned something that blew my mind. You've got glutamate, but there's another one called inosinate. And this one allows you to boost your perception of umami.
Does it make the cells attach better to the palate?
Exactly. It's exactly that. It makes your receptors more sensitive to umami in general. And when you think of it, there's a direct application of this in Japanese cuisine, and it's dashi. Japanese stock is umami, so kombu seaweed that is steeped in water.
Go straight on.
Plus katsuobushi, so bonito flakes that are also briefly soaked in that water. The first one is bringing umami. The second one, katsuobushi, is boosting the umami sensation. And that's crazy. So these are the 3 tips, I guess, that I got after years of research on ramen, and they are less connected with like theory and more like experience.
Now I have to ask them, when you eat ramen, do you close the door, lock it, get on your bike and go eat a bowl at some ramen joint in Paris? Or do you actually make this at home?
Less and less. And let's be honest, I go more and more to a restaurant that I love in Paris. I could pretend that I'm still making it myself, but this guy is on another level. I just go there.
Alex, thank you very much. I go out for ramen at least once a week. And unfortunately now I have a more critical eye thanks to you. So I may not enjoy it as much as I used to. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
That was Alex iNews, host of Just a French Guy Cooking on YouTube. That's it for this week's show. Please don't forget you can find more than 250 episodes of Milk Street Radio at our website, milkstreetradio.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. You can find out more about Milk Street at 177milkstreet.com. There you can become a member, get thousands of recipes, access our online cooking classes, and get free shipping on all orders from the Milk Street store. You can also learn about our latest cookbook, Milk Street Simple. Please check us out on Facebook at Christopher Kimball's Milk Street, on Instagram at 177 Milk Street. We'll be back next week, and thanks as always for listening.
Christopher Kimball's Milk Street Radio is produced by Milk Street in association with GBH. Co-founder Melissa Baldino. Executive producer Annie Sinspa. Senior editor Melissa Allison. Senior producer Sarah Clapp. Associate producer Caroline Davis with production help from Debbie Paddock. Additional editing by Sydney Lewis. Audio mixing by Jay Allison at Atlantic Public Media in Woods Hole, Massachusetts. Theme music by Chubop Crew. Additional music by George Brindle Egloff. Christopher Kimball's Milk Street Radio is distributed by PRX. Keep right.
On trial Monday, and again, the Manhattan DA says hush money payments that Trump made to an adult film star were illegal. The question of how the cash-strapped candidate is going to pay his legal bills became more interesting after his social media company, Truth Social, went public recently. That's coming up on Today Explained.
You can catch that tomorrow, Monday at 7:30 here on News 88.7. Jason Clark here with you on this Sunday afternoon. Mostly cloudy skies and temperatures in the low 80s around the area right now. We are headed for a partly sunny afternoon, as it is right now, with highs expected around 82 degrees. Tonight it'll remain cloudy with lows around 68, setting up for much of the same throughout the rest of the week. So mostly cloudy skies and highs in the low to mid 80s. Example for tomorrow to kick off your week, we have mostly cloudy in the forecast and highs expected around 82. So nothing spectacular, but not bad either. So take what you can get right now. A spring in the Houston area. This is your NPR station, KUHF Houston News 88.7. A service of the University of Houston. It is 2 o'clock.
From WHYY in Philadelphia, this is The Pulse. I'm Mike and Scott. Arnoldo Torres and Max Cuevas both grew up in Mexican immigrant families, working in the fields, and they both had big dreams. Max became a physician physician, Arnoldo a public policy expert, and more than anything, they wanted to serve the community they had come from.
Never forget your roots.
The biggest issue on their mind, providing better medical care.
Our health centers were completely inundated.
And staff often not able to communicate with their patients.
How it is that people perceive their illness, their disease.
Together, Max and Arnoldo came up with a bold plan.
I knew it was going to be a formidable initiative because of who we had against us, which was everybody. I mean everybody.
On today's show, solutions in providing better care to Latino patients. First, the news.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Nora Rahm. Israeli officials say its military, along with its allies, shot down most of the missiles and drones fired by Iran last night. NPR's Carrie Khan reports from Tel Aviv on last night's attack.
Drones, cruise, and ballistic missiles were launched toward Israel last night in this display of firepower that just lit up the skies over many Israeli cities. In Tel Aviv, we could hear the fighter jets and then these flashes of lights as Israel's air defense system shot down many of the incoming missiles and drones. Israel's military says the overnight damage from the missiles here was limited, just hitting an Air Force base in the south.
NPR's Carrie Khan reporting from Tel Aviv. A U.S. military official says President Biden has warned Israel against escalating hostilities. The official told reporters he is committed to defending Israel, but will not be part of any response. The president faces new challenges in the region. NPR's Mara Liasson reports.
President Biden has been under pressure from his party over his support for Israel as the war in Gaza has dragged on. Now he has to worry about a new cycle of military retaliation between Iran and Israel. In a statement, President Biden says he will be coordinating a united diplomatic response with Israel and U.S. allies, and that the U.S. will remain vigilant to threats to its own forces and facilities in the region. In Congress, House Republicans say they will take up legislation that supports Israel and holds Iran accountable for the attack. There are signs that neither Iran nor Israel wants to escalate to a wider regional war. Both sides can claim success. Israel shot down most of the Iranian drones, and Iranian military leaders have said the operation achieved all its goals and has ended. Mara Liasson, NPR News.
Former President Donald Trump's re-election campaign is taking a turn for the next several weeks. Starting tomorrow, he's required to sit as a defendant in a New York City courtroom when his criminal hush money trial gets underway with jury selection. NPR's Amy Held has more on the story.
While Trump looks on, a group of his peers will be chosen to decide whether the first criminally charged former president is in fact guilty. He's accused of trying to bury allegations of extramarital affairs during the 2016 campaign. At a Pennsylvania rally this weekend, Trump repeated the false claim that his rival, President Biden, is behind it all.
The entire world will witness the commencement of the very first Biden trial. They're all Biden trials, you know that, right? And I'm proud to do it for you. Have a good time watching.
Trump, who is facing several cases, has practiced being watched, turning a trial into the campaign trail, holding news conferences, at times storming out of the courtroom, or getting reprimanded by the judge for side remarks. Amy Held, NPR News.
This is NPR News in Washington.
Hey there, Houston. Now through April 19th, we hope you'll support the award-winning journalism, life-saving weather alerts, and insightful conversations and analysis you hear every day here on News 88.7. It's all brought to life by financial supporters like you. During this spring radio campaign, you can make a contribution at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate or call 888-909-0887. Thanks.
You're listening to News 88.7. I'm Camille Nelson, your member relations specialist. Thank you for being a listener. And now, I'm inviting you to take a step further and become a member. You'll be making a difference in the lives of millions of people, and your contribution will be doubled on the spot. There's a dollar-for-dollar match going on this entire weekend, courtesy of a special group of our Studio Society members. Here's Christoph Ratliff with more.
As Camille said, your gift will make double the difference. And this is so important because some of us share the stories we hear at this station every day with our coworkers and family, including me. Others repeat rants they've heard on shows like Houston Matters and Town Square. When you stop to think about it, this station is an important part of your life. And if you believe it should be accessible to everyone, please take a moment to support it with a contribution. Your gift helps keep this programming free without a paywall. With one action, you'll be sharing a world of ideas and new voices with your family and neighbors. It only takes a few minutes to make a gift online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate.
Whether you become a sustainer at $10 or $20 a month, or perhaps give $1,200 to join our studio society, we would love to hear from you right now while the match is in effect. But hurry, the challenge is only on the table throughout the weekend. Call or text us at 888-909-0887 or give online at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate. Don't forget to select Moth tickets as your thank you gift, and we thank you.
Major funding for the Pulse is provided by a leadership gift from the Sutherland family. The Sutherlands support WHYY and its commitment to the production of programs that improve our quality of life.
This is The Pulse, stories about the people and places at the heart of health and science. I'm Mike and Scott. Max Cuevas didn't have it easy growing up. His family and all the families he knew in the little town of Lindsay, California, made their living working in the fields, harvesting citrus fruits.
You're carrying about a 70-pound sack that you're filling with either oranges or lemons, and you're climbing up and down a ladder. Once it's filled, then you go dump it, and then the process starts again.
During the week, Max and his 8 siblings would go to school. Then on weekends, they would work with their parents. The same was true for all school breaks.
Any holiday, we'd be out there with them. So during the Christmas break, we'd be out there in the fields with my mom and dad.
During their summer break, they would drive up to San Jose, living in tent camps and picking cherries, apricots, and pears until August. Then they would drive south to Fresno for grape season, before returning to Lindsay for back to school and the next orange season.
That was the cycle for us, year in, year out.
The work was tough, but their family was close. They spent a lot of time laughing, joking around.
Somehow my mom and dad made it fun.
But then tragedy struck. One of Max's brothers became sick. He was prescribed penicillin and had a severe allergic reaction. A few days later, he died. The whole family was devastated.
Seeing the hurt and the crying, it was inconsolable. I could see it in my mom and dad, my grandmother.
Seeing his family so helpless in the face of his brother's death, Max made a decision that changed his life.
Maybe if I can become a physician, maybe it'll make a difference.
He did become a physician, and he is making a difference, not just for his own patients, but by advocating for changes that are affecting thousands of people in communities that need access to care. More than 63 million Latinos are living in the U.S. They are the largest racial or ethnic minority. In states like California, more than a quarter of Latinos speak Spanish at home, and many of them say they're not able to speak English very well. Language barriers often get in the way of quality health care, as do cultural barriers, and there's a shortage of physicians to serve this population. On this episode, we'll look at solutions in providing better care to Latino communities and patients. To get started, let's stick with the story of Max Cuevas, who decided to become a physician after his brother's death. Charlie Garcia picks up the story from here.
When Max first announced that he was going to become a doctor, no one really believed that this small-town Mexican kid could actually succeed.
I let classmates and the school teachers know, and they were sort of like, well, that's nice to have dreams, but don't worry if your dreams aren't fulfilled. I guess politely trying to tell me, yeah, right.
But the more he dreamed of becoming a doctor, the more he started to become aware of all the health issues the people around him were facing. One day, in a tent camp up in San Jose, he overheard a woman talking about her sickness. She was suffering from pain in the midsection and brought her daughter along to the doctor to translate.
The mom takes her daughter with her to translate because the mom couldn't speak English. And so the non-Hispanic white physician, he says, what can I do for you?
She tells her daughter she has dolor del bazo, pain of the spleen. But the daughter couldn't quite translate that. So she tells the doctor, well, my mom has $1 in the glass. The girl didn't know the word for spleen in Spanish, vaso, and heard vaso, which means glass. And so, pain of the spleen, dolor del vaso, became dolor del vaso, $1 in the glass. And so the doctor was lost, and he couldn't help the mother. Just a few towns away, another young Mexican-American boy was having a very similar experience.
I would go with my grandmother to translate to the doctor, or my grandfather. Those were very personal experiences.
This boy's name was Arnaldo Torres, and neither he nor Max knew it at the time, but their paths were going to cross in a big way. Arnaldo was living in Sacramento, and he also was part of a Mexican-American family who made their living in the fields. And when he turned 10,
my grandfather told me that I was of the age in which I had to do la cosa cristiana, the Christian thing. And I asked him, Papi, what is that? And he says, you have to contribute to the well-being of the family. You have to work.
So he worked. And just like Max, Arnaldo spent countless hours as a child and teenager picking fruit in the fields until he was old enough to go out on his own. Arnaldo had his mind set on going to college, and so after getting a bachelor's degree in political science, he went far away from home, to Washington, D.C., to pursue a master's degree in public policy. And there, he experienced something completely new. At night, he would take walks on the Capitol grounds and reflect.
The Capitol is so beautiful at night with the way the lights are shined, and I remember telling myself, could you have imagined that you, the son and the grandson of farm workers, right now, in most instances, would be working in the fields, as opposed to walking on the grounds of the United States Capitol? It was truly an amazing feeling to never forget your roots, to see what was possible.
His goal was to work in politics and policy, so he could help change things for those back home. But the path he'd chosen was not easy. Pursuing a career in public policy as the son of Mexican farm workers came along with some serious challenges.
You were always having to prove yourself. Always. It never stops. You get tired. You know, you would know some of the staff people would say, oh, here comes the Mexican. He's going to talk to us about Mexican issues.
And back in California, Max Cuevas was in medical school at UC San Francisco, having very similar issues.
You took exams like everybody else and you got in based on your academic credential. Yeah, so why is it that students and faculty alike can tell you you don't belong there? Is it because of your name, a Latino name? Is it because of your color? You know, what is it?
After getting his master's degree in 1977, Arnaldo started working in D.C. with the League of United Latin American Citizens. He worked on immigration reform, civil rights, housing, all kinds of issues facing Latino communities. And in 1985, he decided to come back to California to advise local health clinics. Meanwhile, Max, who had completed his residency in OBGYN at UCLA Kern Medical Center, had a choice to make. He could go pretty much anywhere in the country to practice, but he decided to stay and do what he had set out to do as a kid, serve his community. So in 1987, Max, now Dr. Cuevas, became the chief medical officer at a little health clinic in Salinas, California, serving a farm-working community just like the ones he'd grown up with. It's called Clínica de Salud del Valle de Salinas, or CSVS. The Salinas Valley, about an hour's drive south of San Francisco, is known as the salad bowl of the world. It produces a huge amount of the fruits and vegetables we eat. And because of this, it has one of the highest populations of farm workers in the whole country.
And then
Arnaldo was advising the CSVS clinic, and this is where he and Max finally met.
Turn left.
He and I were drawn to each other because we both worked in the fields. There was a very special bond. There's a solidarity between us because of these experiences as children.
They knew each other in a way that others couldn't, and they both shared the same burning passion to help the people in their communities. And in 1993, something happened that would change the fabric of these communities and bring the clinic where Max worked to a breaking point. NAFTA, the
House of Representatives voted to approve the North American Free Trade Agreement. NAFTA will expand our exports, create new jobs, and help us reassert America's leadership in the global economy. This agreement is in the deep south.
NAFTA removed trade tariffs between the U.S. and Mexico, which opened the door for heavily subsidized U.S. agriculture companies to export their crops south of the border way below cost in the Mexican market. And the result was devastating. Many local Mexican farmers lost virtually all of their income.
They panicked. They had to find employment. They started going to the big cities in Mexico. There weren't jobs there. So they turned to the United States, and we had a major inflow of undocumented workers. Our health centers were completely inundated.
The CSVS clinic where Max worked was totally overwhelmed. There were more and more farm workers coming from Mexico speaking Spanish and indigenous languages, but not enough doctors who knew the languages or the culture.
Those communities, I think, are hardest hit by the inability of physicians working there to be able to communicate and to understand also the culture, how it is that people perceive their illness, their disease.
Patients weren't able to understand the severity of their illnesses or how to treat them. And in many cases, this was leading to patients not getting any medical care at all. Max saw firsthand what was happening to patients who weren't able to receive treatment for illnesses like diabetes.
Blood vessels are shutting down, scarring up, blocking off. Different body parts begin to malfunction to the point where they stop functioning. People wind up losing kidneys, going on dialysis, going blind, feet, toes getting cut off.
You must have trust with the doctor. When you can't communicate, you don't have the foundational element for trust.
Arnaldo and Max decided they had to do something. The two men had very different professional experiences, but complementary skills. Arnaldo knew how to handle policies and politics, while Max knew the medical side. So, together, they set off on a mission to find more Spanish-speaking doctors. First, they tried to convince the California medical school system to simply add culture and language programs, but they hit a wall.
We could not get those people at all to make any changes. They refused to provide any classes in culture, any classes in language.
The medical school system in California was not interested.
We tried everything we could for at least 2 years with the UC system. And after the first year, we recognized that they weren't going to budge.
So in 1997, with the problem growing even worse, Arnaldo came up with a wild plan.
I came up with the idea that the only avenue that we had was to go outside and see if we could bring doctors in.
And I said, what do we need to do? Who do we need to talk to? He was excited. I was hell excited myself, thinking, wow, we can make this thing happen.
The idea was to create a program that would allow Mexican doctors to work in the U.S. for 3 years, in the areas that so desperately needed Spanish-speaking doctors. They were excited and ready to go, but the task ahead was monumental. To go south of the border and recruit doctors, they would need support from the U.S. and Mexican governments, California's Medical Board and Association, Mexican universities, and the California medical school system, which had already been so difficult to breach. It seemed impossible. But without any other options, they pressed ahead.
We realized and understood it's going to be a hard fight, but we're in it to win.
I knew it was going to be a formidable initiative because of who we had against us, which was everybody. I mean everybody.
We're listening to a story reported by Charlie Garcia. He is a producer with a podcast called In Confianza from Pulso. Coming up, Max and Arnaldo score a big win just to find themselves hitting a wall.
Oh, the anger, the frustration, all the suffering that our population is going through because they can't access medical care.
But they're not ready to give up. That's still to come on The Pulse.
Okay, let's find a new route.
Great question. That is a great question.
And that's a great question.
Wow, that's another great question.
question?
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
That is a great question.
What a great question.
On Fresh Air, you'll hear unexpected questions and unexpected answers.
Fresh Air, weeknights at 8 p.m. on News 88.7.
Hi, I'm Chris Boyd, host of Think. Think is a show for curious minds. Whether we're discussing history, science, politics, or the arts, my hope is that every conversation inspires curiosity and complexity, and that every listener walks away with their own questions, inspiration, and a thirst for more knowledge. Tune in and join me as we learn something new and take a moment to think.
Weekdays at 10 p.m. on News 88.7. Support for Houston Public Media comes from Whole Earth Provision Company, providing travel gear for summer adventures for the solo traveler or the whole family. In-store shopping available or online at wholeearthprovision.com. Support comes from Classical Theater Company, presenting Shakespeare's comic Battle of the Sexes, The Taming of the Shrew, April 11th through 20th at the historic Deluxe Theater on Lyons Avenue. Tickets and schedule at classicaltheater.org.
This is The Pulse. I'm Mike and Scott. We're listening to a story about an effort to improve medical care for Spanish-speaking patients in the U.S., especially people who work in farming and already face a lot of barriers in accessing care. In the late 1990s, physician Max Cuevas and public policy expert Arnoldo Torres had teamed up around a bold new idea to bridge the language gap in medical care. Bring Mexican physicians to California to practice there for 3-year terms. They figured they would face some resistance from lawmakers and healthcare providers, but the pushback also came from surprising corners. Reporter Charlie Garcia picks up the story from here.
Max and Arnaldo knew their idea to recruit doctors from Mexico would be a tough sell, but they didn't realize just how tough.
I was surprised by Latino physicians and Latino physician groups that were against the program. In fact, one of them dubbed the program a Mexican bracero doctor program.
The bracero program was a now infamous initiative that brought Mexican farm workers to the U.S. to support agriculture during and after the Second World War. But many braceros were cheated and abused by employers and exposed to harmful pesticides, which gave the program a bad name. This, of course, was nothing like that, but still, people had all kinds of pushback. Some argued that Mexican doctors were substandard compared to American doctors.
Clearly, they did not understand how insulting and offensive that concept and that statement was, but that is the argument they gave.
Others argued that this program would be replacing or taking the jobs of U.S. Latino doctors, that it was a form of competition.
There's so much need in healthcare out there, especially in low-income communities. You can bring a lot of physicians and you're still not going to scratch the surface.
And others just didn't like the idea itself. But after 3 long years of meetings, of advocating and talking to hundreds of people, they succeeded to get it on a bill in the California legislature. And guess what? It passed. Bill AB 1045 was signed into law by then Governor Gray Davis in September of 2002. But this was just the beginning.
The easy part is done.
Because there were so many fears about the Mexican doctors not being up to par, part of the bill specified that they would do an orientation program with the UC school system that would help the new doctors integrate into the American medical system. The next big hurdle was to get the UC school system to follow through.
We went to them thinking that they're going to embrace the program. And then when they came out and told us flat out, in our face, that they wanted nothing to do with this program, that to begin with, doctors from Mexico are inferior.
We could not implement it because there was no UC medical school that wanted to cooperate. It just languished. Oh, the anger, the frustration, all the suffering that our population is going through because they can't access medical care.
I reached out to UC Medical School to ask about this. They told me in an email that, quote, the University of California did not take a position opposing AB 1045. 1945, end quote. They added that they strongly support the goals of the legislation. Max says there was no support when they first tried to launch the program, which was a big blow, but he tried to stay optimistic.
I didn't think it was over. I just thought, let's take a deep breath, let's go to halftime. Let's regroup, change our game plan, and let's go out and give them hell.
By this point, they were exhausted, and their careers were already demanding enough. The program was put on hold. Months turned into years, and time went on. But the farm workers still worked. They still got sick. They still couldn't understand doctors. They still suffered. The clinics tried to make it work with interpreters, but they were nowhere near enough. And even when they did find one, the nuances of doctor-patient conversations would often get lost in the translation. It just didn't work. And as time went on, more and more migrant workers came to harvest and pack the food that feeds the country. And the lack of Spanish-speaking doctors grew even more dire. By 2015, Max's clinic in Salinas was completely overwhelmed. So he picked up the phone and made a call to his old friend.
He called me up and he said, "Is this project still accessible? Can we still implement it?" And I said, "Yes, we can." He goes, "Well, let's try it again."
They decided to give their effort to bring Mexican doctors to the U.S. one more shot. But this time, they had a new idea to get the physicians evaluated. They decided to try and work with a local hospital. They chose Natividad Medical Center, right next door in Salinas.
Go straight on.
We went to them and said, "Would you be willing to sponsor the orientation program?"
It took lots of meetings and some negotiating, but in the end,
we were absolutely so pleased that it was unanimous, and the interest by the board in supporting this was beyond anything that we could have expected.
So, in early August of 2021, the first of 30 Mexican doctors got on a plane and flew to California.
August the 9th was the first day the doctor began to see patients.
Then another 10 came in March, 10 more in September, 7 more in January. Little by little, the doctors started to trickle in.
Mucho gusto en saludarlo otra vez. Bueno, me quedo ahorita, pues ya para el día de hoy, ya tenemos.
This is Dr. Armando Moreno, an OBGYN from Mexico City. Today, he's seeing a patient for a checkup at the Clinic de Salud's Sanborn location. She's 33 weeks pregnant. He chats comfortably with her and looks at the patient kindly as he asks what the name of the baby will be.
¿Cómo se va a llamar? Se va a llamar Isabela. Isabela. Muy bien, pues vamos a hablarle como entonces. Isabela, nuestra querida Isabela.
All the news is good. Isabella weighs 1,850 grams. She's healthy and kicking.
My first day here, I was really scared. To be honest, I was really scared.
In 2016, he got a call from his supervisor in Mexico City telling him about a program.
He told me, "Hey, I have this invitation for you. I met these guys, Arnoldo, Dr. Cuevas, and I think this work fits with you."
His whole body lit up with excitement.
Sometimes in our lifetime, we have these moments when you feel like this burning sensation inside your heart, when you know that something's gonna change.
And this was one of those moments.
I said, I can't miss this opportunity. I need to be part of it.
He applied, then waited 6 whole years, until finally, in July 2022, he got the news. He and his wife quit their jobs, moved out of the house, and boarded a plane to San Francisco with their 2 cats to start their new adventure.
You enter to the room. Of course, the patient is waiting for you, and you enter. When you say these words in Spanish, you can notice in the patient's eyes this small smile, and you know that the patient is comfortable. You know that the patient is happy.
As happy as one can be at the doctor's office.
You build this bridge between you and your patient. There's a lot of unconscious background, mutual understanding, like this empathy.
Keep right,
There's
and then turn
like
right.
a sublime, subconscious communication between people from the same culture.
Sí, se siente estrés porque te hablan y no sabes contestar, pues no entiendes.
This is Blanca, one of Armando's patients at the clinic.
Y aquí la verdad que sí, donde vas, simplemente para hacer las citas. A mí se me hacía al principio bien difícil, pero no, yo ahorita y aquí ya me siento como pez en el agua, porque siempre hay alguien que te va a contestar en eso.
Blanca is saying how, in the past, it's been so stressful for her to go to the doctor, that she doesn't understand what the doctors are saying or how she should respond. Even making the appointment is difficult, but now she feels so comfortable here at the clinic.
Es lo que dice, ahorita simplemente hubo algo que ya casi hasta como mi psicóloga. Tengo poco viéndola, pero sí, y te da esa confianza también.
Blanca has such a strong level of trust with Armando that she feels like he's her psychologist.
People here, most of them have really difficult experiences in their lives, in their past. I've heard terrible stories about crossing the border, crossing the Guatemala-Mexico border. I mean, people struggle so much to be here.
As an OBGYN, Armando sees many, many women who've been sexually assaulted along their journey. Teenagers tell stories of being separated from their parents. Women and men open up about abuse, depression, and anxiety in their lives.
I think that it's this opportunity we have to try to help them, to open their hearts and to speak openly about it. This is the first step for healing.
A lot of those patients now say, for the first time I understand what the hell is going on with my illness. And then they ask me, why did the doctors not tell us that before? And I tell them, well, you probably didn't understand.
Today, there are 30 doctors in the program. Each of them will serve for 3 years and be able to help hundreds of Spanish-speaking patients before returning back to Mexico. The goal is to have even more doctors, dentists, and psychiatrists take part in the program in the coming years. An updated version of the bill aims to have over 200 doctors by 2036. But it's important to note that while AB 1045 is making a huge impact in people's lives, the scope of the problem is too big for one program to handle. Here's Arnaldo.
It's a Band-Aid. It was never intended to be the answer. It was intended to provide time for the UC system to take on greater responsibility.
The scope of the problem is huge, and this program can't fix everything. But for Max, for Arnaldo, and all the Mexican doctors, there's a victory in every single visit where a person who felt alone can see that they have someone on their side.
We have medical science, but we also have to take care about what they believe, what they fear. We need to take care of the human part.
Health isn't only about medicine or treatments. It doesn't just mean that one's body is free from pain or injury. It's also the need to be seen, to be heard. And as these Mexican doctors are learning, it's the need to be understood that beats at the heart of human health.
This story was reported and produced by Charlie Garcia in collaboration with the podcast In Confianza from Pulso, which tells stories about finding belonging in the experience of being Latino in the U.S. The collaboration is part of a reporting initiative supported by the Commonwealth Fund. Additional field reporting by Jackie Nowak and additional audio editing by Julian Blackmore. Special thanks to Eric Lopez, Myra Pantoja, and the staff at Clínica de Salud de Valle de Salinas. We're talking about health issues affecting Latino communities and solutions for better care. Gun violence is on the rise among Latinos in the U.S. things might have turned out very differently.
My brother might not have killed himself after 16 years. My mom died of pancreatic cancer at 63, 8 years after David got shot. You know, would my mother have lived a longer life if she didn't have this incredible stress?
In her reporting, Aitana also found that many victims of gun violence continue to face similar barriers today. You also spoke to Diego Lopez, a man who lives in Hartford, Connecticut, who faced sort of a similar downward spiral after getting shot multiple times. What happened to Diego?
So Diego Lopez grew up in a very dysfunctional family without a father figure, and he experienced multiple episodes of domestic violence that contributed to his anger outbursts and very poor life choices. And this actually included his involvement in gangs at a very young age. As a teenager, you know, when he was like 16, 17 years old, he was shot.
So I remember the first time I was shot as a young person. I didn't want to talk to the police at the time, you know, because at the time I was young. I was in the streets. I didn't know if I had warrants. So I ended up jumping out the window in the ER. I hopped out the window and just ran.
Diego was very hesitant to get any kind of medical treatment because he was worried about being caught by police due to his gang activity with the Latin Kings. Over the course of the years, he ended up getting arrested, getting shot 3 other times, and he also ended up with huge medical bills.
I had medical insurance, so I did pay for a portion of the bill. But if you're shot, you're not working, now you're not paying bills, you're not paying your rent. All those things could definitely trickle down to like a spiral or a spinning cycle for you. Yeah.
Eventually, Diego served 16 years in prison, and he was separated from his daughter, which took an emotional toll on him and made him reconsider his life choices. At some point, he realized that he was going down the wrong path in life, but luckily, he was offered a lifeline by a nonprofit called Compass.
I've took so much from my community, right? I can now give back to my community.
He became a volunteer here and started helping out minors and young adults, mostly Black and Latino youth, who are currently experiencing a similar situation as he did decades ago.
Some of these kids, when they get shot, I pick them up for their appointments, I take them to the hospital, and I do it because ain't nobody did that for me. Nobody.
So this organization that Diego is working for now, Compass, they are based in Hartford, Connecticut.
And then
what kind of support do they provide for people?
Well, Mike, and some of the services they provide speak to very basic needs. And here's their CEO, Jacqueline Santiago Nazario.
Not knowing how to pack a wound. We've had instances where bullets have fallen out of people's legs, in the shower. They don't have any idea what to do in these instances, and they call us.
Have arrived at your
rather than the hospital, they call us.
Jacqueline says that money becomes a major barrier for accessing physical and mental health care for many Latinos. Her organization tries to provide assistance and to address the mental health needs, but Aitana found out that can be challenging.
According to some of the experts that I talked to, this is a main challenge for Latinos, given that there is a lot of stigma attached to seeking and getting any kind of mental health assistance. But another thing that I would like to highlight is that other factors that prevent Latinos from getting the treatment and help that they need include the language barrier and the fear of deportation, especially for those who are undocumented.
What are some potential solutions that you have come across in your reporting other than organizations like the one we just talked about that address this issue in a culturally competent kind of way?
So some of the experts that I talked to mentioned that many Latino gun owners don't store guns safely. So you actually need better education campaigns when it comes to gun safety. And also when it comes to normalizing mental health support, which can be crucial to someone's healing process. You know, experts believe that culture plays a huge role in the recovery process and the kind of assistance that different communities are going to need. As a matter of fact, when I was talking to some of the experts, one of the things they pointed out to is that Latino communities are very diverse. So the needs of each community are going to differ from one another, right? Like, for instance, if we're thinking in terms of like Latin American communities, I'm going to give you an example. Argentina, you're going to find people who are completely okay with seeking any kind of mental health support. But if you talk to people from Mexico or other communities, that is not going to be the case. So yeah, there is, a common denominator, which is language, but tradition, culture, and what is normally and socially acceptable by your peers and your family goes a long way when it comes to seeking the support that you need in a situation like gun violence.
As you dove into gun violence as a specific health issue affecting the quote Latino community, even though, as you just said, it's a very diverse community, but is this an issue that people recognize as a big problem in this community, or is this just not really rising to the top of concerns here?
I think a lot of people in the Latino community fear coming forward. And I have to go back to the fact that when we are talking about Latinos in the U.S., there are a lot of undocumented people. So that's going to be a huge barrier when it comes to coming forward with issues and problems that they need assistance for. But sadly, if we look at, gun violence in the United States and some of the school shootings, including what happened in Uvalde, Texas in 2022, obviously forces gun violence to the political agenda and into the conversation. But that doesn't mean necessarily that enough is being done to address the problem.
Left.
That's Aitana Vargas. Her reporting was done in collaboration with Palabra, a multimedia platform and initiative of the National Association of Hispanic Journalists. We had audio production assistance from Alan Hinnage. You can find Aitana's story on our website, whyy.org/The Pulse, and we'll link to a Spanish language version as well.
And then
coming up,
at Stanford, about 40% of our patients are Hispanic Latina. The majority are immigrants. And I'm the only physician in my division that is trained to speak Spanish to patients.
We'll meet a doctor who is trying to change those statistics. That's next on The Pulse.
The Commonwealth Fund supports The Pulse and reporting on health equity. The Commonwealth Fund, affordable quality health care for everyone.
Hey there, Houston. Now through April 19th, we hope you'll support the award-winning journalism, life-saving weather alerts, and insightful conversations and analysis you hear every day here on News 88.7. It's all brought to life by financial supporters like you. During this spring radio campaign, you can make a contribution at houstonpublicmedia.org/donate or call 888-909-0887. Thanks.
Life coming at you fast? Many times, there's not enough hours in the day to follow all of Houston's news. When you find yourself too busy to stay informed, we have 2 words for you. Hello, Houston. A daily newsletter delivered right to your inbox from Houston Public Media. Every morning, we bring you a quick recap of the previous day and a look ahead at the current day's news. Sign up today at houstonpublicmedia.org/Hello Houston.
Support comes from Comcast Business, partnering with companies to help keep their business moving by offering a network of cybersecurity solutions and round-the-clock support. Powering possibilities. Restrictions apply. ComcastBusiness.com. Support comes from St. Luke's Health, presenting Innovating Health, a 6-part video series focused on healthcare innovations. Episode 1 highlights the impact of the Texas Medical Center and is available now at stlukeshealth.org/innovatinghealth.
This is The Pulse. I'm Megan Scott. We're talking about providing better medical care to Latino communities and patients.
I'm going to tell you a story. This is really my love for medicine.
That's physician Cesar Padilla.
So my first night on call at Stanford was on labor and delivery. I spoke Spanish to almost every single patient.
Cesar is an obstetric anesthesiologist at Stanford Medicine. He says the fact that he is Mexican-American, the son of working-class immigrants, makes a big difference for his patients.
At Stanford, about 40% of our patients are Hispanic Latina. The majority are immigrants. And I'm the only physician in my division that is trained to speak Spanish to patients, that is qualified to speak Spanish to patients. And it felt incredibly special to be able to connect with patients. And let's say someone's having a C-section, they're scared, they don't understand the language, and I'm able to break down those barriers and play, like for example, I could play music. If they're from Mexico, I could play music from Mexico. And you just see the anxiety melt away.
Yeah. And what do they say when you speak Spanish to them? Are they totally surprised?
Not really, because I walk in and I usually wear a soccer jacket over my scrubs, and the soccer jackets are like either Mexico or a Mexican soccer team. Which
is a clue.
To me, that's a sign of professionalism, which is interesting because we're trained to think that professionalism is a white coat. Well, what if what you wear connects with patients? That's professional. So, so I wear my soccer jacket with the soccer team, and they recognize right away. And if I'm not wearing it that day, I just start speaking Spanish, and yeah, you can see it in their eyes. You can see the fear go away.
But the path to becoming a physician was challenging.
There was no mentors that I can identify with, meaning I had never met a Latino or Latina physician from my community. There was no examples. So how do you do something that you've never seen? It's very psychologically difficult.
Cesar grew up in Union City, California, but the inspiration to pursue medicine really came from the summers he spent in Mexico.
That's where I got a lot of my motivation, because in the United States, life was difficult. Being raised in a working class environment, there was a lot of gangs, there was a lot of social stressors. Our classrooms were not really set up for a learning environment. They were overcrowded. And so my inspiration for becoming a physician came from my experiences in Mexico, because there I felt really this sort of social support, and I also saw physicians there who were in the community, who were serving people. I think it was those experiences in Mexico that really ignited the fire, the passion, the love for medicine, the love for humanity.
And what were some of the challenges you faced, especially early on, as you tried to get on the path toward medical school?
I was raised in a working class community. My mother was a breadwinner. She worked in a local factory in Union City, California, 30 minutes away from Stanford. She had to cash her 401k to help me pay for medical school expenses. So think about that. You have someone who's working class, who wants to become a doctor, and you have to go to these extreme lengths. A mother should never have to cash her 401k for her son to pay for the MCAT, which is the medical college admissions test, the exam to get into medical school. So there was the financial barrier, and then the social barrier around in my surroundings. There was a lot of violence. I had friends that were murdered. I had friends who ended up in prison. And it's not because we were innately bad kids. It's because the environment we were raised in, there was drugs around. My neighbors basically sold drugs. And so I was raised in an environment where every day there was a real threat. So I think those are the biggest stressors and the biggest obstacles in me becoming a physician.
He says these challenges are common, and they are keeping a lot of Latinos out of medicine. Right
Gavin Newsom. Even the White House. Let's go to the president. If it's already in the House, it's already in the Senate, let's take these conversations up because this is a healthcare crisis. 6% of U.S. physicians being Latino in a state like California where 40% of the patient population is Latino is simply not enough. And in the U.S. in the year 2050, roughly 1 in 3 Americans are going to be of Latino background. This is a crisis. And to give you some numbers, in California during the COVID pandemic, 70%, 7 out of 10 women who were pregnant and died of COVID were Hispanic. 70% of women that died during the COVID pandemic that were pregnant and had COVID were Hispanic. That is absolutely devastating. And so what we need are initiatives to help bridge those gaps. We need medical schools to look at their communities and say, hey, if a lot of our patients that are suffering worse healthcare outcomes are coming from these low-income communities, then we should build pipeline programs to create physicians from those same communities because those students are going to understand what it's like to be in that community and help us come up with solutions to decrease disparities. Because this is going to save lives. This is about patients first.
Cesar Padilla is a Mexican-American obstetric anesthesiologist at Stanford Medicine, and he's the co-founder of National Latino Physician Day. That's our show for this week. The Pulse is a production of WHYY in Philadelphia. You can find us wherever you get your podcasts. Our health and science reporters are Alan Yu, Liz Tong, and Grant Hill. Alan Hinich is the project manager for our collaborations around Latino health. Marcus Biddle is our health equity fellow. Charlie Kyer is our engineer, and this week we had additional engineering from Al Banks. Our producers are Nicole Curry and Lindsay Lazarski. I'm Mike and Scott. Thank you for listening.
That is committed to thinking, doing, and supporting innovative approaches in integrated healthcare. WHYY's Health and Science Reporting is supported by a generous grant from the Public Health Management Corporation's Public Health Fund. PHMC gladly supports WHYY and its commitment to the production of services that improve our quality of life.
Hi, I'm Eddie Robinson, host of ICU. We're in the middle of our spring campaign, and I've got a great incentive for you. Donate this weekend, and you can get tickets to the Moth Story Slam at Warehouse Live. That's right, donate and select Moth as your thank you gift. Plus, our Affinity Council is matching donations dollar for dollar this weekend. It's a win-win. Go to HoustonPublicMedia.org/donate and select Moth as your thank you gift to make a difference and get your tickets. Don't wait, donate now.
At All Things Considered, what unites all our conversations is curiosity.
Is he a good hugger?
Whether we're speaking to an aid worker,
what would you want them to know or understand about what you all are dealing with?
A scientist,
but what's in it for the dolphins?
Or a foreign leader.
Okay, I will ask the questions. I will ask the questions.
Questions and answers every day on All Things Considered from NPR News.
All Things Considered, weekdays beginning at 3 p.m. on News 88.7.
This is your NPR station, KUHF Houston News 88.7, a service of the University of Houston. I'm Tiffany Taylor. Quick look at your forecast. It is 82 degrees at the University of Houston, partly sunny with a low of 68 tonight. There is one accident to be aware of. Katy Freeway westbound at the West Loop. There's a vehicle fire on the left interchange ramp and the right interchange ramp. So if you're there, just be cautious of what's going on in the area. It's 3 o'clock.
Welcome to News Hour from the BBC World Service. I'm Julian Marshall. Israel's war cabinet has been meeting to discuss its response to Iran's missile and drone strikes on the country. Ministers are said to be divided over the timing and scale of reprisals.
Faced with the threat of Iran, we will build a regional coalition and collect the price from Iran in a way and at a time that suits us.
But Iran's says any Israeli retaliation will be met with an even bigger response.
This red line has been crossed, so from now on it's going to be much easier. Every time that the Israelis in future target an Iranian, the Israelis will be punished. That is the new equation.
We'll be speaking to a Democratic congressman in the United States, where the Biden administration is urging restraint. And amid the gloom, the heartening story of a blind man who's become the first to complete a marathon not tied to another runner. That's after the news.
Hello, I'm Moira Alderson with the BBC News. The G7 group of wealthy countries says Iran's first ever direct attack on Israel has risked uncontrollable escalation in the Middle East. After an online meeting, the group's leaders called for restraint on all sides. From Jerusalem, Hugo Bishega explains how the US has been spearheading efforts to de-escalate.
What we're seeing today is that there's been a massive effort to try to de-escalate the situation. There was a phone call between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu overnight, and President Biden reaffirmed America's commitment to the security of Israel. But there have been reports suggesting that he also said that the US will not support any kind of Israeli retaliation. And now we're hearing from an American official saying that Israel needs to think carefully about its next steps because of the risk of regional escalation.
Israel has said the attack shows that Iran is seeking escalation. The Israeli War Cabinet has met to discuss its response to the missile and drone strikes. Local media say there's not yet agreement among ministers on when or how to retaliate. Yuli Edelstein is the head of the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee of the Knesset, the Israeli parliament.
As any normal sovereign country, we have to respond to 300 missiles and drones launched at us from the Iranian territory. Having said that, I don't think that it's our task to give the Iranians the exact information about when and where and how. We have to make it quite clear that Israel won't tolerate attacks from Iranian territory, as well as we won't tolerate attacks from the proxies of Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, all these militias in Syria and Iraq.
Tehran has warned of a much bigger response if Israel strikes back. Palestinians in northern Gaza have been queuing to buy bread from bakeries that have reopened several months after they closed because of a lack of flour and energy. In Gaza City, people waited in front of the Kamal Ajur bakery that was smashed in Israeli bombings. Another bakery is now operating in the Jabalia refugee camp. The war in Ukraine could lead to another big rise in energy prices, according to the man who used to run the country's state oil company. Andriy Kobolyev said demand from Ukraine would increase because its energy infrastructure was being destroyed. Here's Paul Moss.
Ukraine won't say exactly how much damage there's been to its energy infrastructure, but Russia now seems to be focused on hitting its generating capacity. And that, warns Andriy Kobolyev, will put up prices across Europe. That's firstly because Ukraine itself will need to get energy from elsewhere. However, there's also a fear that its vast energy storage facilities will come under Russian control. Mr. Kobolyev said there was an energy war underway.
Paul Moss reporting. World News from the BBC. The government in Tanzania says almost 60 people have died since the start of April in severe rains and flooding that's hit several parts of the country. A spokesman said more than 10,000 households had been affected. On Friday, 8 school children died when their bus plunged into a gorge in flash floods. The president of Kazakhstan has warned of another wave of flooding there, with the north of the country already in what's been described as a critical situation. More than 100,000 people have had to leave their homes, but the Emergencies Ministry said more would have to be evacuated. Across the border in Russia, the city of Orenburg is still largely underwater. Bayer Leverkusen have won Germany's top men's football league, the Bundesliga, ending Bayern Munich's 11-year reign as champions. Leverkusen secured the title with 5 games of the season to spare by beating Werder Bremen 5-0. Rory Gallimore has this report.
For more than a decade, the Bundesliga has been nothing if not predictable. Bayern Munich have won every title since 2012, but now there's a new name on the trophy, Bayer Leverkusen. For a team once mockingly named Neverkusen by the press, thanks to their habit of routinely missing out on silverware, their victory was relatively comfortable. Under the guidance of the Spanish World Cup winner Xabi Alonso, they've remained unbeaten all season. Jubilant fans flooded onto the pitch at the final whistle of Sunday's match, turning the ground into a
observations from a nearby guide. The 28-year-old said that by running the marathon, he wanted to give a positive message to people struggling with sight loss and mental health problems. He completed the course in 4 hours and 22 minutes. That's the latest BBC News.
Hello and welcome to News Hour from the BBC World Service, coming to you live from our studios in central London. I'm Julian Marshall. The day after last night's Iranian drone and missile strikes on Israel, can this direct confrontation be contained, or might it spiral out of control? Israel's war cabinet could hold the answer. It's been meeting to discuss its response amid international calls for restraint. Tehran launched more than 350 projectiles, 99% of which were intercepted, according to Israel, which also received help from the United States, France and the UK. It was Iran's revenge for an attack on its consulate in Damascus on April the 1st, which killed 7 people, including 2 generals. Take it as a win, President Biden has reportedly told the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of the thwarted airstrikes. But Benny Gantz, a minister in Israel's war cabinet, says Israel will exact a price when the timing is right.
Yesterday, Iran launched an attack on Israel and met the strength of the Israeli security system. Iran is a global problem. It is a regional challenge, and it is also a danger to Israel. And yesterday, the world clearly stood together with Israel in the face of the danger. Faced with the threat of Iran, we will build a regional coalition and collect the price from Iran in a way and at a time that suits us.
Iran, though, says it considers the matter concluded. But General Mohammad Hossein Bagheri, the Iranian Army Chief of Staff, has issued a warning against retaliation from Israel.
From our point of view, this operation is over, and there is no intention to continue the operation. But if the Zionist regime takes any action against the Islamic Republic, whether on our soil or in places belonging to us in Syria or elsewhere, our next operation will be much larger.
The United States also doesn't want to see this latest crisis in the Middle East escalate. John Kirby, a US security spokesperson, said Washington was not seeking a wider war.
The President and the Prime Minister had a good discussion, largely about the extraordinary success of last night. Again, look, as I said earlier, the President's been very clear, publicly so. We don't seek a war with Iran. We don't seek an escalated tensions in the region. We don't seek a wider conflict. And everything he's been doing, literally since the 7th of October, has been designed to that outcome.
Well, let's speak first to the BBC's Hugo Beshega in Jerusalem. And any indications as to a possible outcome of that war cabinet meeting?
No, we haven't had any announcement after the meeting that happened today. There has been a report by the Reuters news agency suggesting that there have been some divisions in terms of the possible Israeli retaliation, about the timing, about the scale of this possible Israeli retaliation. And I think this comes after a day of intense diplomatic activity to try to reduce tensions. And I think, in particular from the Americans, I think the position now is very clear. What the Americans are saying is that, look, you were so successful in intercepting almost all those drones and missiles that you should take this as a victory. So the Americans are against any idea of retaliation because they believe that this could obviously escalate the situation even further and potentially even trigger a wider conflict between Israel and Iran.
Hugo, many thanks. That was the BBC's Hugo Beshega in Jerusalem. And I spoke earlier to Hanuk Milwitsky, Vice President of the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset, and a member of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud party. Had he been surprised at the scale of the Iranian airstrikes?
We knew it was coming. There was a lot of expectation, and we were very happy that it ended the way it ended, at least this round. But I don't think anybody in the government is really suggesting to not retaliate to this act.
Oh, really? So you say there is unanimity within the war cabinet that Israel should retaliate?
Absolutely. How and when exactly and what sort of response, these things obviously will not be talked in public. But I don't think that anybody in his right mind can expect Israel not to retaliate after hundreds of missiles were fired at her direction.
Okay, so you don't want to speculate on the nature of that Israeli retaliation because people keep on talking about Israel having Iran's nuclear reactors in its sights.
Well, from my experience, the people who talk are usually people who aren't really into the details. And I'd rather not talk on these issues. The Israeli response, when it will happen, the entire world will see it. Until then, I don't think it would be wise to talk about how exactly we intend to respond.
The United States seems to have played a central role in bringing down an awful lot of those drones and missiles. And President Biden is said to have signaled to Mr. Netanyahu that Israel cannot count on US support should it retaliate against these strikes. Surely that's a fairly sobering statement, is it not, for Israel?
Yes, you know, the United States is our far most important and long ally. Mostly we see things eye to eye, but there were cases in the history of the two states where the United States national security interest and Israeli national security interest didn't always, combine with each other. Eventually, Israel and the Israeli government should be the one deciding about issues regarding Israeli national security. And I'm sure, like other cases in the past, we were able to overcome these different of opinion this time as well.
I mean, it seems at the moment that Israel wants US support if and when it suits Israel. It doesn't seem to be a two-way process any longer.
I completely disagree with that assumption. Israel and the United States, again, are allies, very long-term allies. They see things eye to eye on most things. But this is a very crucial time in the history of the State of Israel. We are fighting for our lives. You can say we are fighting our second independence war. And in these times, eventually, Israel has to do what's right for Israel. Of course, we listen, we consult with all our friends in the world, but eventually the last word should be ours. And again, you see that in spite of all the differences we have, the United States and Israel still work together. I'm sure it will be that way in the future as well.
That was Hanuk Melwitsky, a Vice President of the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset, and a member of Prime Minister Netanyahu's Likud party. Well, let's hear now from Alan Pick, because he's a former Israeli diplomat and advisor to various Israeli governments, now a columnist for left-of-centre Haaretz newspaper in Israel. He's on the line from Tel Aviv. Surely you would agree with Israel's right to defend itself, and this was quite a considerable attack from Iran, albeit that it fizzled out.
Yeah, I mean the question of self-defense is immutable and incontrovertible. But let's not forget the context. Israel struck the Iranian Revolutionary Guard in Damascus. I'm not going into the justification or how warranted that was, but in terms of the context and the timing, while there's a war raging on in Gaza, that was obviously bound to precipitate an Iranian reaction. I think the Iranian reaction was somewhat predictable, and I wouldn't be surprised to find out that purposely they knew that at least 85 and 90% of what they were launching would be intercepted. It was a show or a demonstration rather of capabilities rather than an act of sheer escalation.
Okay, so Israel's initial strike on the Iranian consulate in Damascus might be said to represent an escalation, then a further escalation from Iran with those airstrikes against Israel. Should it stop at that? Should Israel keep quiet and do nothing?
Yes, I think it should. I mean, Iran is a menace, and Iran is a destabilizing force in the region, in the Middle East in general, for the better part of the last 20 years. But that being established, you need to be smart, and you need to be prudent in how you conduct your foreign policy. There's absolutely no reason right now to escalate this. And let's not forget that it was Mr. Netanyahu in his ineptness and callousness that turned Iran into a threshold nuclear state. And it was Mr. Netanyahu in his ineptness and callousness that failed in his Iran policy to counter their regional policy. So right now, again, in the context of the Gaza war, Israel needs to seriously think about the cost effectiveness or the cost benefit rather of its actions. And right now, given the minimal damage that the Iranians caused, this is not a time nor place for the bravado of well, the world will see and we will respond
and then
shock
continue
and
straight
awe
on.
and all those Rambo-like platitudes.
I mean, that might have been sound advice to previous
Go straight on.
Israeli governments.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But the one you have now is described as the most right-wing in Israel's history.
Correct. And I think he has a vested interest in escalation with Iran. And, you know, while our listeners may think, why would he do so? It's counterintuitive and it's irrational. Why would he want an escalation with Iran? Well, there's a simple explanation for that. An escalation with Iran changes the entire narrative and is consistent with Mr. Netanyahu's fabricated narrative that October 7th was not just about Hamas, but this is a grand war between civilizations, the West versus Islamofascism, and this is about Iran. This helps him distance himself and shed the responsibility and not be held accountable for what had happened for the debacle of October 7th.
Right.
So he has a vested interest in that escalation. Furthermore, Julian, he would like nothing more, and this has been going on for several years, but now the opportunity comes up to possibly drag the U.S. into a war with Iran, because he knows that Israel can't do it alone, and this is his way of turning a catastrophe, October 7th, into some kind of a strategic triumph. I don't think he will succeed. But you're absolutely right that the advice that I gave does not apply to him.
Turn left.
Mr. Pincus, many thanks for that. That was Alan Pincus, a former Israeli diplomat and advisor to various Israeli governments, now a columnist for Left of Center Haaretz newspaper in Israel.
Injuries, slumps, a sweep by the Royals? Wait, what? I'm Craig Cohen. What's happened to the Astros? We discuss their rough season start on the next Houston Matters.
I'm Eddie Robinson, and on this week's ICU, internationally renowned artist Samora Penderhughes. He's expressing himself through music, fighting against mass incarceration and violence.
The Healing Project is actually an organization where we co-create artistic works of all kinds with people around the country who have suffered from structural violence in the carceral system.
We explore the Healing Project on the next ICU.
Tune in tonight at 6 on News 88.7. Support for Houston Public Media comes from Comcast Business. From Main Street to Wall Street, Comcast Business provides business solutions ranging from cybersecurity solutions to round-the-clock partnership. Powering possibilities, restrictions apply.
This is Julian Marshall with NewsHour live from the BBC in London. The United States clearly likes predictability in its dealings with its ally Israel. It's said to have been annoyed that it wasn't pre-warned about the Israeli attack on the Iranian consulate this month, but it seems to have had advance notice of Iran's strikes against Israel last night. Iran says it warned its neighbors 72 hours in advance that it would be carrying out retaliatory strikes on Israel. At a news conference, Hossein Amir, the Iranian foreign minister, said Tehran had told the United States the attack would be limited. He said it was for self-defense. self-defense reasons.
We announced to the White House in a message this morning that our operations will be limited and minimal, with the aim of legitimate defense and punishment of the Israeli regime. About 72 hours before the operation, we informed our dear neighbors and the countries of the region that the response of the Islamic Republic of Iran in the form of legitimate defense is definite and undeniable.
But when it comes to what Israel does next, President Biden has reportedly told Benjamin Netanyahu that while Israel has the right to defend itself, the United States would not be part of any retaliatory action against Iran. Brad Sherman is a Democratic congressman in the U.S. House of Representatives and co-chair of the House's Israel Allies Caucus, but has also been critical of Mr. Netanyahu in the past. Mr. Sherman, was the United States given advance notice that this attack by Iran against Israel was going to happen?
I don't know if they were given exact notice, but I think we've all known for quite some time that this is going to happen. And I think Iran did what it had to do for its own political reasons. There's only apparently one casualty, a poor Arab Israeli girl who is in serious condition in a hospital right now.
And as Israel's war cabinet discusses how and indeed if it should respond, what's your advice?
Well, Israel has had an ongoing covert campaign against Iran's nuclear program, and I think they would continue that. I think it will occasionally involve actions against Iran on a covert basis. And given the enormous help of not only the United States, but also Britain, France, and appears Jordan and Saudi Arabia have done to defend Israel, I think Israel should leave retaliation of the covert sector.
So you would oppose, as indeed it would appear, does the Biden administration, any overt offensive against Iran by Israel?
I would think so, although a small scale overt action. After all, 2 or 3 missiles seem to have hit or impacted Israeli territory, and something responsive to that level of attack, responding to what Iran did rather than what Iran tried to do.
You may not have heard an earlier contributor on the program, Alon Pinkus, a former Israeli diplomat, suggesting that Mr. Netanyahu's strategy might be to drag the United States into Iran, into a war with Iran. Would you go along with that assessment?
I don't know how any Israeli government could do that. I don't think Israel is going to use this as an opportunity to hit Iran's nuclear facilities. If they thought they could have done that effectively, they would have done it months, if not years ago. So I don't think America is going to be dragged by anybody into anything.
Is Israel now an ally of the United States in the region that can continue to be relied upon, in your view?
Go straight on.
We have a close relationship with Israel, and I would expect that would continue. At the same time, Israel does make its own decisions and has not listened to the United States perhaps as much as it should have up until very recently, when they announced even more food trucks, more inspections, etc. But I think Israel should have been more attuned to world opinion over the last 5 or 6 months. Not so it would have benefited the Palestinians perhaps, but it certainly would have benefited Israel.
Mr. Sherman, many thanks. Brad Sherman, a Democratic congressman in the U.S. House of Representatives. And let's take a brief break from the Middle East to go to Nigeria. And it's 10 years since 276 Nigerian schoolgirls were abducted by Islamist group Boko Haram from their school in Chibok, a town in the northeast of the country. The kidnap caused international uproar. And the hashtag Bring Back Our Girls went global, but it would be 2 years before the first girl managed to escape. She and the others who followed were promised support to rebuild their lives. A decade later, with kidnappings once again on the rise in Nigeria, the BBC's Yemisi Adegoke tries to find out what happened to the Chibok girls.
Girls made to chant lines from the Quran in a proof of life video released by the Islamist militant group Boko Haram. 276 girls were stolen from their school in Chibok in northeast Nigeria. Their trauma sparked a nationwide movement. But it would be 2 years before the first girl made it out. Her name was Amina. She fled with her 2-month-old daughter strapped to her back.
Amina will receive the best care that the Nigerian government can afford.
The then President Muhammadu Buhari promised Amina and her daughter a new life. I'm in northeastern Nigeria.
Welcome to my house. This is my house where we live.
Amina and her daughter live in a small room in a big city south of Chibok. They cook and wash on a dirt-floored yard outside. What kind of promises did they make to you when you came out?
That he's going to take care of us and send us to school.
Keep right and then
even
turn
our
right.
children too, because it's not our fault to find ourselves in that situation, and the children today don't know anything, they're innocent.
Amina was given only £11 a month to live on. Even that small sum has been stopped now. She gets nothing for her daughter's education.
Yeah, it's hard for me to look up my daughter, but nothing I can do. I have to do that because I don't have no one.
I travelled to the bustling city of Maiduguri, at the heart of Nigeria's violent and volatile northeast. I'm here to meet one of the Chibok girls who's recently made it out. Lisu, not her real name,
Ladies and gentlemen, time is 4:29.
She's been warned not to speak to the media.
This is my last stop for today.
The guards restrict our movements and lock us out of the compound at will.
I would like to thank you all very much for talking with me this weekend. And
they yell at us all the time.
so, in about 170 miles, I went through
10 years old, school children are many safer. Life remains a struggle for those that have managed to make it back.
This is Yemisi Adegoke reporting from Nigeria. You're listening to the BBC World Service. I'm Julian Marshall, and this is Mozart. Do stay with us. A lot more to come in the next 30 minutes.
To the back. I gotta go my place.
Distribution of the BBC News Hour in the US is supported by Made in Cookware. Made in Cookware is crafted by chefs for use in restaurants and home kitchens around the world.
Like
their cookware can be found at madeincookware.com.
Tomorrow,
Key Bank,
or beginning tomorrow, it's going to be up to 89 for Planning Island. My members are going to ask again to please bring your water bottles with you.
Around 30
with a club in the floor the Packers Center.
Some runners with disabilities.
I
have a visual impairment.
Or right now, whatnot. This week.
Tunnel vision.
So I want everyone to walk, leave, bring that first bottle with you. And I don't know if there's anything else.
Support for Houston Public comes from Classical Theater Company, presenting Shakespeare's comedic
besides the open house Tuesday from 4 to 6.
Tickets and schedule at classicaltheater.org.
Running
from St. Arnold Brewing Company, a place for corporate events on tap, meeting rooms,
on Kingsford. So I'd like to thank you guys.
This first ever direct
do the first one to release in June 2023.
BBC News with Moira Alderson. The G7 group of wealthy countries says the first escalation in the Middle East. In a statement by G7 leaders issued after an online meeting, the group called for restraint. An emergency meeting of the United Nations Security Council is underway in New York to discuss the crisis. Israel has said that Saturday night's attack shows that Iran is seeking escalation. Speaking to reporters, an Israeli Defense Forces spokesman, Daniel Hagari, said that Tehran posed a threat to the entire region. Israel's war cabinet has been discussing its response to Iran's missile and drone attacks. Palestinians have been queuing to buy bread from a small number of bakeries that have reopened in northern Gaza several months after they closed because of a lack of ingredients and energy. In Gaza City, people waited in front of a bakery that was smashed during Israeli bombings. Another bakery is open in the Jabalia refugee camp. In other news, it's feared there could be a serious rise in energy prices due to the war in Ukraine, according to the man who used to run the country's state oil company. Andrei Kobolyev said Ukraine had attacked Russian gas facilities, adding that an energy war was now being waged between Kiev and Moscow. Tanzanian officials say almost 60 people have died since the start of April due to severe rains and flooding in several parts of the country. More than 10,000 households and 75,000 farms have been affected. Football and Bayer Leverkusen have won Germany's top football league, the Bundesliga, ending Bayern Munich's 11-year reign as champions. Leverkusen secured the title with 5 games of the season to spare, beating Werder Bremen 5-0. Fans flooded onto the pitch at the final whistle, singing and lighting flares. That's the latest. BBC News.
In a moment, the assessment from Tehran of Iran's airstrikes against Israel, people's worries about Israeli retaliation. But first, a heartening story amid quite literally the gloom. A British man, Yahya Pandour, has become the first blind person to complete a marathon without being tethered to another runner. He completed the course in Manchester in northwest England in 4 hours and 22 minutes. When I spoke to Yahya, I asked him how he managed to keep going around.
So I'm fully blind and I had a guide runner with me, but he wasn't connected to me in any way. And he gave me voice commands throughout the entire process. So if I needed to turn left, he'd say go left, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right, if there were people in front of me, he'd tell me to slow down. If there was an uneven on the ground, he'd be like,
thank you all for joining me in this class. Remember, move on to Jonathan.
I mean, that's quite an achievement. I mean, if I think of myself closing my eyes and trying
Till next time,
I'd be all over
keep on going.
I am mentally and physically drained from it. It's challenging enough navigating everyday life as a blind person, so to do something like this has taken every ounce of my energy, I think.
So why did you decide to do it?
I love setting myself challenges, and I think there are many perceptions out there amongst any disabilities, not just blind people, that they aren't as capable or they can't do as many things. And I want to prove to anyone out there that no, being different, being disabled, being blind does not make me any different. And I can do what others can.
And I assume that other people taking part in the race were quite accommodating, were they?
Yes, they were really supportive. Had loads of people coming through, keeping me going, pushing me on, and really encouraging me.
And were you obviously blind to spectators?
So my top that I wore, just as a, so people know, and so they can be a bit careful around me, says blind runner. My top is bright pink, I think, with bold lettering on there. So I think it would be visible to anyone around me.
Because certainly when I competed in a marathon, I found that having my name on my vest and spectators calling it out carried me along in a most extraordinary way.
It was, yes, and a lot of them were shouting my name, which is pretty incredible, really.
So how did you feel afterwards?
Elated and exhausted, 2 words. Extremely proud of myself, and a massive thanks to my guide runner, George, who helped me. I wouldn't have been able to do it without him. And grateful in a way. There are so many people that don't have the opportunity to run, and I can. So yeah, grateful as well.
And many congratulations on your time of 4 hours and 22 minutes, which, is about, 2 hours less than I managed a marathon. we often contact to get an Iranian government perspective.
Right.
I put to him Israel's contention that 99% of the projectiles had been intercepted and failed to reach their targets.
Well, they should have just stuck with 101% to make it even better. But I think the Israeli regime took a hard hit, and the Iranians fired their main target was 2 air bases, and they imposed considerable damage on those bases, and the rest were cheap drones and old missiles that basically drew Israeli fire away, and the Israelis spent very expensive anti-missiles, and they failed to even intercept one of the main missiles.
I mean, what's your evidence for saying that 2 strategic targets were in fact hit?
Well, there is physical evidence, the footage that people have been showing online, but we know the Israeli regime is going to always deny it, just as they have been denying the casualties in Gaza, and they've been denying their casualties in Lebanon, despite the fact that there is overwhelming evidence through footage that their casualty numbers are much higher. So, no, without a doubt, this was a major defeat for the Israelis, and this was just a very, very light slap in the face from the Iranian side. If the Israelis want to continue this, then the Iranians will get serious.
I mean, these strikes by Iran were quite heavily flagged, were they not, days in advance? I mean, Iranian leaders have been talking about the need to punish Israel. Even a couple of days ago, we had US officials talking about hundreds of drones, dozens of missiles, and that is what has come to pass. And I was just wondering whether this was perhaps choreographed, that you'd given Israel and its allies notice to respond and to shoot them down in order that there wouldn't be necessarily any further reason for Israel to retaliate against Iran.
No, because the drones and missiles that were used as decoys were a part of any military operation. It's obvious that if you're going to carry out an attack, you want decoys. That's what's been going on, for example, in Ukraine. So everyone who knows anything about warfare would understand that. The Iranians, of course, informed the Iraqis, their neighbor, and the Syrians that their airspace is going to be used. So it's not top secret information that Iran is going to carry out a strike. But I think those of us in Iran who've been saying that Iran is going to carry out a significant yet well-calculated strike, we're saying this from the very beginning.
You say calculated, but it's also quite well calibrated, isn't it, in such a way that Israel doesn't really have any justification to retaliate against Iran, and that must be something that Iran is very worried about.
No, Iran actually, I think they are looking for an excuse to punish